Most of us drift through the day carrying invisible weights, resentments, irritations, the little sparks that threaten to ignite into full-blown anger at the slightest provocation. You might not even notice how often you tense your jaw, clench your fists, or replay a conversation in your mind, wishing you'd said something sharper or more clever. It's exhausting, isn't it? The world spins on, indifferent to your frustration, and you're left wondering why peace feels so elusive. These moments of tension accumulate throughout your day, building like static electricity before a storm, waiting for the perfect moment to discharge in a flash of anger that leaves you drained and often regretful. But centuries ago, in a world of marble columns and dusty sandals, a man named Epictetus discovered a secret that could change everything for you tonight. Born into slavery around 50 CE in Hierapolis, now part of Turkey, Epictetus had every reason to be angry at the world. He had no control over his fate, no say in his daily life, and yet he found a way to cultivate a calm so deep that even emperors sought his wisdom. Historians still argue whether his teachings were shaped more by hardship or by innate resilience. But one thing is clear: his insights have survived for a reason. They speak to something universal in the human experience, our struggle to find peace in a world that often seems determined to disrupt it. As a slave in the household of Epaphroditus, a wealthy secretary to Emperor Nero, Epictetus witnessed the heights of Roman power and the depths of human cruelty. Legend has it that his master once twisted his leg severely during a fit of rage, causing the permanent lameness that would mark Epictetus for life. Yet instead of becoming bitter, he turned inward, developing a philosophy that would eventually free his mind, even while his body remained in chains. Make the best use of what is in your power, he would later teach, and take the rest as it happens. The remarkable thing about Epictetus wasn't just his calm in the face of adversity. It was his ability to see beyond his immediate circumstances to a deeper truth about human nature. He recognized that our suffering doesn't come from events themselves, but from our judgments about those events. The insult that makes your blood boil, the delay that ruins your day, the rejection that crushes your spirit. None of these have the power to disturb you unless you grant them that power. It's a revolutionary idea, one that flips our understanding of anger on its head. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're listening from somewhere special, drop your location and local time in the comments. I love seeing how far this little community reaches. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You close your eyes and the world narrows to the gentle rhythm of your breath. Imagine yourself in ancient Rome, the air thick with the scent of olive oil and distant sea salt. You trudge through the crowded streets, dodging the occasional donkey cart, and wonder how anyone could stay calm in a place like this. The forum buzzes with activity, merchants hawking their wares, senators debating in heated tones, slaves hurrying on errands for their masters. The noise is constant, the pace relentless. You feel your shoulders tightening, your patience wearing thin as someone jostles past you without apology. Yet, somewhere in this city, a man who owns nothing but his thoughts is about to teach you the most valuable lesson of your life. Through the maze of narrow streets, past the grand temples and bustling marketplaces, you find yourself drawn to a humble dwelling where a small group has gathered to listen to a teacher whose reputation has begun to spread throughout the empire. Epictetus, the slave philosopher, sits quietly in a corner, his gaze steady and untroubled. He's not bothered by the noise, the chaos, or the fact that his freedom is a distant dream. Instead, he's mastered the art of focusing only on what he can control, his own mind, his own reactions. You watch as his master shouts orders, but Epictetus simply nods, unruffled. It's not that he doesn't care, it's that he knows where his power truly lies. The essence of philosophy, he tells his students, his voice soft but carrying an unmistakable authority, is the perception of how our troubles arise from our judgments, not from external events. The students lean forward, hungry for this wisdom that promises freedom even in the midst of constraint. You find yourself moving closer to, drawn by the calm certainty in his words. Mainstream historians agree Epictetus's journey from slavery to philosophical greatness is one of the most remarkable stories of the ancient world. After gaining his freedom following Nero's death, he established his own school in Rome, attracting students from all walks of life who sensed that this former slave had discovered something profound about the human condition. He never wrote a word himself. His teachings were preserved by a devoted student, Arrian, who recognized the quiet strength in his mentor's words. Some scholars debate whether Epictetus's calm was a form of rebellion or genuine acceptance, but either way, his influence spread far beyond the walls of his humble home. Here's a quirky tidbit. Epictetus was known for his dry wit. When asked how he endured hardship, he reportedly shrugged and said, "I laugh at those who pity me. They don't realize I'm freer than they are." Imagine dropping that line at your next awkward family dinner. His humor wasn't meant to dismiss suffering, but to highlight the paradox at the heart of his teaching, that true freedom comes not from controlling your circumstances, but from mastering your response to them. What made Epictetus's approach so revolutionary was its practicality. He wasn't interested in abstract theories or complex arguments. His philosophy was meant to be lived, tested in the laboratory of daily experience. Don't explain your philosophy, he would tell his students. Embody it. This emphasis on practice over theory made his teachings accessible to everyone, from slaves to emperors, from the educated elite to the common worker. As you settle deeper into your pillow, you start to realize that anger is a luxury Epictetus couldn't afford. Every moment spent raging against his circumstances was a moment stolen from his own peace. He learned to let go, not because he was weak, but because he was wise enough to see that clinging to what you can't control is like trying to hold water in your hands. The tighter you grip, the more it slips away. In a world that often feels designed to provoke our anger, from traffic jams to political headlines, from rude comments to unexpected setbacks, Epictetus offers a radical alternative. What if, instead of seeing these provocations as attacks to be defended against, we saw them as opportunities to practice a different kind of strength? What if we could learn to pause in that crucial moment between stimulus and response and choose a path that leads to peace rather than turmoil? Tonight, you'll walk this path with him. You'll learn how to spot the difference between what's yours to shape and what's best left to the whims of fate. You'll discover how to catch anger before it catches you, how to transform frustration into clarity, and how to find freedom in the midst of life's inevitable challenges. And as you do, you might just find that the world feels a little lighter, your mind a little quieter, and your heart a little more at ease. The journey begins with a simple question: what can you control? As you drift towards sleep, let this question be your guide, a gentle light leading you toward the peace that Epictetus found, even in the most challenging circumstances. For in answering this question, you take the first step toward a life where anger no longer rules your days or disturbs your nights. You're still drifting, the world outside your window fading into a gentle blur, and now you find yourself standing in the shadow of Epictetus's greatest insight, the dichotomy of control. It's a simple idea, but it's the kind of simplicity that rearranges your entire outlook. You notice how the air feels a little lighter, as if the universe itself is pausing to let you in on a secret that's been hiding in plain sight for centuries. The concept itself sounds almost mathematical in its precision, but its implications are profound. Epictetus taught that life is divided into two categories: the things you can control and the things you can't. That's it. No complicated formulas, no mystical rituals, just a line drawn in the sand. On one side, your thoughts, your actions, your choices, your values, your responses to events. On the other, everything else: the weather, the stock market, your neighbor's taste in music, the fact that your favorite mug always seems to be in the dishwasher when you need it most, the decisions of politicians, the behavior of your coworkers, even the words coming out of someone else's mouth. This division isn't arbitrary. It's based on a fundamental truth about human agency. You have complete sovereignty over your internal world, what you think about a situation, how you interpret events, what values you choose to live by, how you respond emotionally to challenges. But your control ends at the boundary of your own mind and body. Everything beyond that, other people's actions, natural disasters, economic fluctuations, historical events, belongs to the realm of the uncontrollable. Historians still argue whether Epictetus borrowed this idea from earlier philosophers like the Cynics, or if it was a product of his own relentless introspection forged in the crucible of slavery. The Stoic school certainly existed before him, with figures like Zeno of Citium laying the groundwork centuries earlier. But Epictetus refined and crystallized this teaching in a way that made it accessible to ordinary people facing ordinary struggles. Either way, it's become the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, and for good reason. Imagine how much lighter your day would feel if you stopped trying to control the uncontrollable. You'd save enough energy to power a small city, or at least make it through a Monday without needing a second cup of coffee. The beauty of this framework lies not just in its clarity, but in its immediate applicability. You don't need years of philosophical training to begin practicing it. The moment you encounter frustration, you can pause and ask yourself, is this within my control? If the answer is yes, you can take action. If the answer is no, you can let it go. It's like having a mental sorting system that automatically routes your energy toward productive channels and away from futile struggles. Here's a mainstream fact. The dichotomy of control isn't just ancient wisdom. It's been validated by modern psychology and neuroscience. Studies show that people who focus on what they can influence are less stressed, more resilient, and, get this, actually happier. Researchers have found that individuals with an internal locus of control who believe their actions can influence outcomes experience lower rates of anxiety and depression. It's like Epictetus was running a one-man wellness retreat 2,000 years before it was cool, anticipating discoveries that wouldn't be made until the advent of brain imaging technology. The neurological basis for this wisdom is fascinating. When you try to control uncontrollable events, your brain activates the same stress response systems that our ancestors used to flee from predators. Your amygdala sounds the alarm, flooding your system with cortisol and adrenaline, preparing you for a fight that you can never actually win. But when you focus on what you can control, different neural pathways activate, ones associated with problem solving, creativity, and emotional regulation. Your prefrontal cortex, the seat of rational thought, remains online and engaged. But let's not get too serious about the science. Did you know that some ancient Romans believed you could ward off bad luck by spitting 3 times or tying a red string around your wrist? Meanwhile, Epictetus was over here saying, how about you just stop worrying about things you can't change? Talk about a life hack that stood the test of time. While his contemporaries were consulting oracles and sacrificing goats to influence the gods, Epictetus was teaching a more practical form of divine intervention, changing your own mind. The dichotomy of control also reveals something profound about the nature of power itself. Most people think power means getting others to do what you want, or being able to shape external circumstances to your liking. But Epictetus taught that real power is self-mastery, the ability to remain calm in chaos, to choose your response regardless of provocation, to maintain your values even when the world seems to have lost its way. This kind of power can never be taken from you because it exists entirely within your own consciousness. You start to notice how often you try to bend the world to your will throughout a typical day. You want the train to run on time, your boss to appreciate your genius, your phone battery to last just a little longer, your favorite restaurant to have your usual table available, your friends to respond to texts with the appropriate level of enthusiasm. But the more you chase control over these things, the more frustrated you become. It's like trying to herd cats, adorable, but ultimately pointless and likely to leave you with a few scratches. Consider how this plays out in your relationships. You might find yourself getting angry because someone doesn't respond to your messages quickly enough, or because they don't seem to appreciate a gesture you made, or because they choose to spend their free time differently than you would prefer. But according to the dichotomy of control, other people's choices, feelings, and responses are firmly in the not yours to control category. You can influence others through your own behavior, through kindness and example, but you cannot control their reactions. The workplace offers another rich laboratory for practicing this principle. You might get frustrated when a project doesn't go according to plan, when a colleague takes credit for your work, or when management makes decisions that seem short-sighted. But if you pause and apply the dichotomy of control, you realize that while you can't control these external events, you can control your own work quality, your professional integrity, and your response to setbacks. You can choose to document your contributions, to maintain your standards regardless of others' behavior, and to use challenges as opportunities for growth. So you take a breath. You let go of the urge to micromanage the universe. You focus on what's right in front of you, your own thoughts, your own choices, your own actions. Maybe you can't control the traffic, but you can control how you respond to it. You can choose to listen to a podcast, practice breathing exercises, or simply observe the world around you with curiosity rather than irritation. Maybe you can't change someone else's mind, but you can choose your own words, speak with kindness and clarity, and let go of attachment to their response. This isn't about giving up or becoming passive. It's about getting strategic with your energy, focusing your efforts where they can actually make a difference. Think of it as emotional efficiency. Why waste your limited reserves of mental and emotional energy on battles you can't win, when you could be investing that same energy in areas where you have real agency? The practice becomes easier with repetition. Each time you catch yourself trying to control the uncontrollable, each time you redirect your attention to your own sphere of influence, you strengthen the neural pathways associated with acceptance and personal responsibility. You begin to develop what psychologists call emotional granularity, the ability to distinguish between different types of situations and respond appropriately to each one. Scholars still debate whether Epictetus's dichotomy is too simplistic for the messy reality of modern life, where the boundaries between controllable and uncontrollable aren't always clear, where influence and control exist on a spectrum rather than as binary categories. Some argue that his framework doesn't account for collective action, social responsibility, or the ways in which individual choices can ripple outward to create broader change. But as you settle deeper into your pillow, you realize that sometimes the simplest truths are the ones that set you free. The genius of the dichotomy of control isn't that it solves every philosophical problem or answers every ethical question. It's that it provides a practical starting point, a way to sort through the chaos of daily experience and focus your attention where it can do the most good. In a world that constantly demands your attention, your outrage, your energy, it offers a filter, a way to distinguish between what deserves your precious resources and what can be safely released to the winds of fate. As you drift towards sleep, the dichotomy of control becomes more than just an intellectual concept. It becomes a gentle rhythm, a way of breathing that matches the natural flow of life itself. Inhale what you can control, exhale what you can't. With each breath, you practice the art of letting go, preparing yourself for whatever tomorrow might bring, secure in the knowledge that you have everything you need to meet it with grace. You're floating now, somewhere between the world of ancient wisdom and the hum of your own thoughts, and you start to notice a pattern. Anger always seems to sneak in when you expect reality to play by your rules. It's like you're holding a script for how things should go, and the universe, blissfully unaware, keeps improvising its own lines. That's the hidden machinery of anger. It's not the traffic jam, the rude email, or the spilled coffee that sets you off. It's the gap between what you wanted and what actually happened. This gap is where anger lives and breathes, feeding on the distance between expectation and reality. You notice how quickly your mind constructs elaborate scenarios about how things should unfold. Your morning routine should go smoothly. People should respond to your messages promptly. Your carefully laid plans should proceed without interruption. But life, it turns out, hasn't read your script. It doesn't know that you need exactly 8 minutes to get your coffee just right, or that you've planned this conversation to go in a specific direction. or that you've already decided how someone else should react to your thoughtful gesture. Epictetus would probably raise an eyebrow at your frustration, that knowing look of someone who's seen this pattern play out countless times. He'd remind you that anger is just your mind's way of protesting the uncontrollable. Like a toddler having a tantrum when told they can't have ice cream for breakfast. You want the world to bend, but the world is stubborn, indifferent to your preferences, operating according to its own mysterious logic that rarely aligns with your personal agenda. The ancient Stoics understood that anger operates like a sophisticated alarm system gone haywire. In the wild, anger served a purpose. It mobilized energy for fighting threats and defending territory. But in the complex landscape of modern life, this same system fires off constantly, triggered by everything from slow internet connections to social media disagreements. Your brain can't tell the difference between a genuine physical threat and the mild inconvenience of a delayed train, so it sounds the same alarm for both. Historians still argue whether the Stoics saw anger as a natural emotion to be managed or a fundamental flaw to be eliminated entirely from human experience. Some scholars suggest that Epictetus and his contemporaries viewed anger as a temporary madness, a brief departure from rational thought that clouds judgment and leads to regrettable actions. Others argue that they recognized anger as an inevitable part of the human condition, focusing instead on how to respond to it skillfully when it arises. Either way, they agreed on one fundamental point. Anger is a thief. It steals your peace, your focus, your ability to see situations clearly, and sometimes even your sleep. Here's a mainstream fact that would have fascinated the ancient philosophers. Even the most powerful people in history weren't immune to anger's grip. Roman generals, Greek philosophers, and even the occasional emperor lost their cool over things they couldn't change. Julius Caesar reportedly flew into rages over minor administrative details, and Alexander the Great famously killed a close friend in a fit of drunken anger. But the Stoics noticed something crucial. The more you try to control the uncontrollable, the more anger you invite into your life. It's like trying to stop the tide with a broom. Impressive effort, zero results, and you'll probably end up soaked and frustrated. The mechanism of anger is surprisingly predictable once you start paying attention. It begins with an expectation, conscious or unconscious, about how things should go. Maybe you expect your commute to take exactly 25 minutes, or you expect your partner to remember that you mentioned wanting to try that new restaurant, or you expect your carefully crafted presentation to be met with enthusiastic approval. These expectations create a kind of internal contract with reality, a sense that the world owes you a particular outcome in exchange for your planning and effort. When reality inevitably deviates from this contract, your mind experiences what psychologists call expectancy violation. It's the mental equivalent of reaching for a step that isn't there, a jarring moment when your predicted future collides with actual circumstances. This violation triggers a cascade of thoughts. This isn't how it was supposed to go. This is unfair. Someone should fix this. Why does this always happen to me? Each thought adds fuel to the fire, building the emotional momentum that we recognize as anger. Now for a quirky tidbit that would probably amuse Epictetus. In ancient Rome, some people believed that wearing a charm made from wolf's teeth could ward off anger and bad luck. Imagine showing up to your next Zoom meeting with a necklace full of canine molars, guaranteed to spark conversation, if not tranquility. The Romans also had a saying, ira furor brevis est. Anger is brief madness. They understood that anger literally changes your mental state, making you temporarily irrational and prone to decisions you'll later regret. But here's where the Stoic approach gets interesting. Instead of trying to eliminate anger entirely, which would be like trying to stop your heart from beating, they focused on understanding its triggers and interrupting its automatic progression. They realized that between the initial trigger and the full-blown emotional response, there's a crucial moment of choice, a space where you can pause and ask yourself a simple but powerful question. You start to see how this plays out in your own life with startling clarity. Maybe you get angry when someone cuts you off in traffic, but if you examine the situation more closely, you realize that your anger isn't really about the other driver's behavior. It's about your expectation that everyone should drive considerately, that the roads should flow smoothly, that your journey should proceed without interruption. The other driver is just being human, making imperfect decisions in a complex environment. But your mind has constructed a story about how they should behave, and their deviation from that story feels like a personal affront. Or consider how this works in the digital realm. Maybe you craft a thoughtful social media post, carefully choosing your words to convey a particular message, and then feel frustrated when people misunderstand your intent or respond with hostility. But your anger isn't really about their responses. It's about your expectation that people should read carefully, interpret charitably, and engage constructively. You've forgotten that you can only control what you write, not how it's received, processed, or shared by others. The same pattern emerges in professional settings. You prepare thoroughly for a presentation, anticipating questions and organizing your thoughts, only to have the meeting derailed by unexpected agenda items or technical difficulties. Your anger isn't about the technical problems themselves. It's about your expectation that meetings should go according to plan, that technology should work reliably, that people should stick to the schedule. You've forgotten that countless variables beyond your control influence every human gathering. But if you pause just for a moment and ask yourself that crucial question, is this something I can control? You'll notice something remarkable happening. The anger doesn't disappear immediately. Emotions don't work like light switches, but it begins to lose its grip. It's not magic, it's just clarity. When you recognize that your anger is directed at something outside your control, the emotion starts to feel less justified, less urgent, less important. This isn't about suppressing your feelings or pretending that frustrating things aren't actually frustrating. It's about understanding the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable. Traffic jams happen. People behave inconsiderately. Technology fails at inconvenient moments. But suffering, the anger, resentment, and ongoing frustration is optional. It's created by your resistance to what's already happening, your insistence that reality should conform to your preferences. Scholars still debate whether this approach is too passive, whether accepting what you can't control means letting people walk all over you, or failing to work for positive change in the world. But Epictetus would say it's the opposite. It's about reclaiming your power by focusing your energy where it can actually make a difference. You can't control the weather, but you can carry an umbrella. You can't control other people's opinions, but you can choose your response. You can't eliminate all sources of frustration from your life, but you can change your relationship with frustration itself. The practice becomes a kind of mental aikido. Instead of meeting force with force, you learn to redirect the energy of difficult situations. When someone is rude to you, instead of escalating the conflict, you can choose to respond with unexpected kindness or simply disengage. When plans fall through, instead of raging against the disruption, you can look for opportunities in the unexpected change of direction. When technology fails, instead of cursing the machines, you can use the forced pause to take a breath and reconnect with the present moment. This shift in perspective creates what psychologists call emotional flexibility, the ability to adapt your emotional responses to changing circumstances rather than being trapped by automatic reactions. It's like developing a more sophisticated emotional vocabulary, one that includes not just anger and frustration, but also curiosity, acceptance, and even gratitude for the lessons that difficulties can teach. As you settle deeper into the night, you realize that anger isn't inevitable, it's optional. And the more you practice spotting the difference between what you can and can't control, the less room anger has to grow in your life. You're not just learning to let go of specific frustrations, you're developing a fundamentally different relationship with the unpredictability of existence itself. You're learning to live lighter, one breath at a time, one moment of choice at a time, gradually building the kind of inner stability that no external circumstance can shake. The transformation isn't dramatic or sudden. It's more like the gradual strengthening of a muscle through consistent exercise. Each time you catch yourself trying to control the uncontrollable, each time you pause to ask what's actually within your power, you're building the mental habits that will serve you for the rest of your life. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, you begin to find yourself less at the mercy of circumstances, less reactive to provocations, and more capable of maintaining your equilibrium, no matter what the world throws your way. You're gliding through the corridors of time, and suddenly you find yourself in the grand marble halls of ancient Rome, where the air is thick with incense and the weight of responsibility. Here, you meet Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher emperor, a man who ruled the known world, yet wrestled daily with the same frustrations that keep you up at night. Historians still argue whether Marcus's famous temper was inherited from his predecessors or forged in the fires of endless political intrigue. But one thing is certain, even emperors aren't immune to anger's sting. Picture Marcus, draped in his imperial purple robes, pacing the polished floors of his palace after a long day of Senate debates and border disputes. The weight of the empire rests on his shoulders. Barbarian incursions threatening the northern borders, political rivals scheming in the shadows, and the constant, exhausting demands of imperial administration. He's just received news that a trusted general has betrayed him, leading troops in revolt rather than defending against Germanic tribes. And for a moment, the philosophical mask slips. His jaw tightens, his fists clench. He's human after all, with the same capacity for rage that burns in your own chest when plans collapse or trust is broken. But then, something remarkable happens. You watch as the emperor pauses, his breathing slows, and his expression shifts from fury to thoughtful contemplation. He remembers the teachings of Epictetus, the slave-turned philosopher whose words echo through the marble halls. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In this crucial moment, Marcus applies the dichotomy of control. He cannot change the general's betrayal, but he can control his response to it. He can choose wisdom over wrath, strategy over spite. This wasn't merely a philosophical exercise for Marcus. It was practical statecraft. An emperor ruled by his emotions would make disastrous decisions, endangering not just his own position, but the stability of the entire empire. The stakes of his self-mastery were immeasurably higher than our modern frustrations with traffic jams or rude emails, yet the principle remains the same. Anger clouds judgment, while clarity leads to better outcomes. Mainstream historians agree that Marcus Aurelius's meditations, scribbled in the quiet hours of the night by candlelight in military camps along the Danube frontier, are a testament to his struggle with anger and his relentless pursuit of inner calm. These private journals, never intended for publication, reveal a man engaged in constant dialogue with himself, reminding himself of Stoic principles when the pressure of imperial rule threatened to overwhelm his philosophical resolve. He wrote not for an audience, but for himself, a nightly reminder that the only thing he truly controlled was his own response. Some scholars debate whether these writings were a form of self-therapy or a blueprint for future rulers, but either way, they reveal a man determined to master his emotions. When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly, he wrote, not as a pessimistic prediction, but as a way to prepare himself for inevitable frustrations. By anticipating difficulties, he removed the element of surprise that often triggers anger. This wasn't cynicism, it was emotional preparation, a recognition that expecting perfection from an imperfect world is the surest path to disappointment and rage. Here's a quirky tidbit that humanizes this philosophical giant. Marcus was known to keep a small wax tablet in his pocket, jotting down reminders to stay calm during particularly contentious Senate meetings, where political adversaries deliberately tried to provoke him. Ancient sources suggest he would sometimes excuse himself from heated discussions, ostensibly to consult advisors, but actually to regain his composure through breathing exercises learned from Stoic teachers. Imagine pulling out your phone in a heated office meeting, typing, "Don't lose your cool," into your notes app. Turns out, some habits never change across the centuries. What makes Marcus Aurelius such a compelling example of Stoic anger management is the contrast between his power and his restraint. As emperor, he could have indulged every angry impulse, ordering executions, confiscating property, or exiling critics with a mere word. The absolute power that corrupted so many of Rome's rulers was at his fingertips, yet he consistently chose moderation over vengeance. This wasn't weakness. It was the hardest kind of strength, the ability to hold power without being corrupted by it. You watch as Marcus takes a deep breath, letting the anger pass through him like a summer storm. He doesn't suppress it or pretend it isn't there. He simply acknowledges it, then lets it go. The nearer a man comes to a calm mind, he wrote, the closer he is to strength. It's not about being emotionless. It's about being unshakable. The world can rage around him, but inside, he's steady as a mountain, rooted in principles that transcend momentary provocations. His approach to anger was remarkably nuanced for his time. While many ancient philosophers viewed emotions as weaknesses to be eliminated, Marcus recognized them as natural responses that needed to be understood rather than suppressed. When you are disturbed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this, you have the power to revoke at any moment, he reminded himself. This insight that our interpretations create our emotional reactions was revolutionary then and remains profound today. The emperor's struggle with anger wasn't just philosophical, it was deeply personal. Historical records suggest that his wife, Faustina, may have been unfaithful, and rumors even circulated that she was involved in plotting against him. Whether these accusations were true or merely political slander, they would have tested anyone's emotional control. Yet Marcus responded with dignity and restraint, never publicly denouncing her or succumbing to jealous rage. Instead, he focused on what he could control, his own virtue and the example he set for others. His relationship with his son Commodus presented another test of his Stoic principles. As the young prince grew into adulthood, it became increasingly clear that he lacked his father's philosophical temperament and self-discipline. Contemporary accounts describe Commodus as impulsive and self-indulgent, more interested in gladiatorial combat than statecraft. Marcus must have recognized that his heir might undo much of his life's work, yet he continued to treat his son with patience and love, focusing on what he could control, his own actions as a father, rather than raging against what he couldn't change, his son's nature. This pattern extended to his handling of rebellion and betrayal. When Avidius Cassius, a trusted general, declared himself emperor in 175 CE, believing false rumors that Marcus had died, the emperor's response was measured. Rather than immediately marching to crush the usurper, he attempted reconciliation. When Cassius was killed by his own officers before Marcus arrived, the emperor ordered all of Cassius's private correspondence burned without reading it, refusing to seek out names of potential sympathizers or indulge in vengeful purges. "I have not been harmed because I have not felt harmed," he wrote, embodying the Stoic principle that harm comes not from events, but from our judgments about them. Scholars still debate whether Marcus's Stoic practices made him a better emperor or simply a more peaceful one. Some historians argue that his philosophical restraint sometimes prevented him from taking necessary harsh actions, particularly in dealing with the succession question. Others contend that his emotional self-regulation allowed him to make more rational decisions, avoiding the impulsive cruelty that characterized many Roman rulers. But as you drift deeper into the night, you realize that the lesson is the same for you. Anger loses its grip when you stop trying to control what's beyond your reach. You can't change the actions of others, but you can choose your own response. And in that choice, you find a freedom that even emperors envied. The legacy of Marcus Aurelius extends far beyond his reign. His personal journals, published after his death as meditations, have guided countless readers through their own struggles with anger and frustration. From Renaissance humanists to modern CEOs, from military leaders to spiritual seekers, his words continue to offer a path to inner peace amid external chaos. "You always own the option of having no opinion," he wrote. "There is never any need to get worked up about things you can't control." As the night deepens and your mind drifts towards sleep, You carry with you this powerful image, an emperor with the world at his feet, choosing not to lash out when provoked, not because he lacked power, but because he understood where true power lies. Not in controlling others, but in mastering yourself. Not in bending the world to your will, but in aligning your will with the nature of things. Not in demanding that reality conform to your expectations, but in adjusting your expectations to embrace reality as it unfolds. This is the Emperor's gift to you across the centuries, the understanding that no matter your circumstances, no matter the provocations you face, you always retain the freedom to choose your response. And in that choice lies a power greater than any empire, a sovereignty that no one can take from you, a peace that remains available even in the most challenging moments of your life. You're drifting further, the world of ancient emperors, fading as you find yourself in the heart of your own daily life, a place where the illusion of control is as persistent as the hum of your refrigerator at midnight. You notice how often you try to script the day. You want the weather to cooperate, your favorite coffee shop to get your order right, your friends to text back with the perfect reply, your commute to flow smoothly, your meetings to start on time, your technology to work flawlessly. It's a modern dance, choreographed by the belief that if you just try hard enough, plan thoroughly enough, worry intensely enough, you can bend reality to your will. This illusion runs deeper than you might realize. It's woven into the fabric of contemporary life, reinforced by countless messages that promise control if you just follow the right system, buy the right product, or adopt the right mindset. Self-help books promise to teach you how to manifest your reality. Productivity gurus insist you can optimize every aspect of your existence. And social media algorithms feed you endless examples of people who seem to have it all figured out. The underlying message is seductive. Control is not only possible, it's your responsibility. If things go wrong, you must not have tried hard enough. But Epictetus would have a field day with this modern obsession. He'd point out that your suffering doesn't come from the world itself, but from your insistence that the world should behave according to your plan. He'd observe how you've created elaborate mental contracts with reality, detailed expectations about how your day should unfold, how people should respond to you, how events should progress. When reality inevitably violates these contracts, you experience it as a personal betrayal rather than simply the natural unpredictability of existence. The illusion of control manifests in countless small ways throughout your day. You check the weather obsessively, as if knowing the forecast will somehow give you power over it. You arrive early to avoid delays, then feel frustrated when unexpected traffic appears anyway. You craft the perfect email, choosing each word carefully, then feel annoyed when the recipient misunderstands your tone or fails to respond promptly. You plan your schedule down to the minute, then feel stressed when a phone call runs long or a meeting starts late. Historians still argue whether the Stoics were too dismissive of human ambition and planning, or if they simply understood that chasing absolute control is like chasing your own shadow. No matter how fast you run, it always slips just out of reach. Some scholars suggest that Epictetus's emphasis on accepting what you cannot control was shaped by his experience as a slave, where the illusion of control was literally beaten out of him. Others argue that his insight transcends personal circumstances, reflecting a universal truth about the human condition that applies equally to slaves and emperors, ancient Romans, and modern professionals. The psychological research on this topic is fascinating and would have delighted the ancient Stoics. Studies consistently show that people who believe they can control more than they actually can experience higher levels of stress, anxiety, and depression. This phenomenon, known as the illusion of control, causes us to overestimate our ability to influence outcomes, leading to disappointment when reality doesn't conform to our expectations. Conversely, people who have a more realistic understanding of their sphere of influence tend to be more resilient, adaptable, and genuinely happier. Here's a mainstream fact that perfectly illustrates the persistence of this illusion. Psychologists call this the control fallacy, the belief that you're responsible for or can influence far more than you actually can. It's a recipe for frustration, and it's everywhere in modern life. You see it in the parent who tries to orchestrate every detail of their child's life, meticulously planning activities and experiences to ensure the perfect childhood, then feels crushed when their child develops interests or makes choices they hadn't anticipated. You observe it in the manager who micromanages every email and meeting, believing that constant oversight will guarantee success, then burns out from the impossible task of controlling variables that were never within their power to begin with. The illusion extends into our relationship with technology, which promises unprecedented control over our environment, but often delivers the opposite. You have apps to track your sleep, your steps, your heart rate, your productivity, your mood, as if monitoring these things will somehow give you mastery over them. You can control your home's temperature from across the country, order food with a few taps, and access virtually any information instantly. Yet despite all this technological power, you often feel more anxious and less in control than ever before, because the tools that promise control also reveal just how many variables remain stubbornly beyond your influence. Social media amplifies the illusion in particularly insidious ways. You craft posts carefully, hoping for specific responses, then feel disappointed when the engagement doesn't match your expectations. You scroll through feeds showing curated versions of other people's lives, comparing your behind-the-scenes reality to their highlight reels, then feel inadequate because your life doesn't look as controlled and perfect as theirs appears to be. The platforms themselves are designed to give you the feeling of control. You can like, share, comment, and customize your feed while actually manipulating your attention and emotions through algorithms you can't see or influence. And now for a quirky tidbit that would probably amuse Epictetus. In ancient Greece, some people believed that wearing a sprig of rue, a bitter herb, could ward off bad luck and keep chaos at bay. They'd pin it to their clothes or carry it in small pouches, hoping this simple ritual would give them some influence over fate's unpredictable whims. Imagine pinning a bunch of herbs to your shirt before a big presentation, hoping the universe will finally cut you some slack. It's a charming ritual, but Epictetus would probably just raise an eyebrow and ask, why not focus on your own attitude instead? The parallel to our modern Lucky Charms, productivity systems, and control rituals is striking. We're still looking for external solutions to the internal challenge of accepting uncertainty. The workspace provides particularly rich examples of the control illusion in action. You create detailed project timelines, assuming that good planning will prevent delays, then feel frustrated when unexpected complications arise. You send follow-up emails to ensure tasks are completed on schedule, believing that your reminders will control other people's priorities and work styles. You attend meetings, hoping to influence decisions, then feel powerless when politics or personalities override logical arguments. The harder you try to control these professional outcomes, the more stressed and ineffective you often become. You start to see how this illusion of control plays out in your own life with startling clarity. Maybe you get frustrated when your favorite show gets canceled, as if your viewership and emotional investment should somehow guarantee its continuation. Or you feel annoyed when your phone battery dies at the worst possible moment, forgetting that electronic devices follow their own laws of physics, regardless of your convenience. You might obsess over your social media posts, checking repeatedly for likes and comments, trying to control how others perceive and respond to your carefully curated content. The illusion becomes particularly evident in your relationships. You might find yourself getting upset when friends don't respond to texts with the enthusiasm you expected, when family members make choices you disagree with, or when romantic partners don't express affection in the specific ways you prefer. But if you pause just for a moment and ask yourself, is this something I can control? You'll notice the frustration start to dissolve. You realize that other people's emotions, priorities, and responses are not your responsibility to manage. You can influence others through your own behavior, but you cannot control their reactions, decisions, or feelings. The financial realm offers another laboratory for observing the control illusion. You might feel frustrated when investments don't perform as expected, when raises don't materialize on your timeline, or when economic conditions affect your plans. You research extensively, create budgets, and make strategic decisions, but ultimately, market forces, company policies, and economic cycles operate according to their own logic. The more you try to control financial outcomes through worry and micromanagement, the more anxious you become without actually increasing your influence over these largely unpredictable variables. Even your health becomes a battleground for the illusion of control. You adopt exercise routines, monitor your diet, take supplements, and track various metrics, hoping to optimize your physical well-being. While these actions can certainly influence your health, you cannot control genetics, aging, accidents, or the countless environmental factors that affect your body. The wellness industry profits from selling the illusion that perfect health is achievable through the right combination of products and practices, leading to frustration and self-blame when illness or injury occurs despite your best efforts. Weather provides perhaps the most obvious example of the control illusion, yet people still rail against rain on their wedding day, complain about unexpected snow, or feel personally affronted by humidity during their vacation. You check forecasts obsessively as if knowing what's coming will give you power over atmospheric conditions. You plan outdoor events and feel frustrated when weather doesn't cooperate, forgetting that meteorological systems operate on scales and timelines far beyond human influence. But here's where the Stoic approach becomes truly liberating. It's not about giving up or becoming passive. It's not about abandoning all planning or effort. Instead, it's about getting smart with your energy, distinguishing between influence and control, between what you can affect and what you must accept. You can influence your health through good habits, but you cannot control whether you get sick. You can influence your relationships through kindness and communication, but you cannot control how others respond. You can influence your work quality through diligence and skill, but you cannot control whether you get promoted. This distinction between influence and control is crucial and often misunderstood. Influence operates through your actions, choices, and responses. It's probabilistic rather than deterministic. Your good habits make health problems less likely, but don't guarantee perfect health. Your professional excellence makes career advancement more probable, but doesn't ensure specific outcomes. Your kindness makes positive relationships more likely, but doesn't control other people's behavior. The practice becomes easier with repetition, like developing any other skill. Each time you catch yourself trying to control the uncontrollable, each time you redirect your attention to your own sphere of influence, you strengthen your capacity for what psychologists call adaptive coping. You begin to develop a more sophisticated understanding of causation, recognizing the difference between contributing factors you can influence and ultimate outcomes you cannot guarantee. Consider how this plays out in parenting, one of the areas where the control illusion is most persistent and painful. You want to protect your children from every disappointment, guide them away from every mistake, and ensure their happiness and success. But children are separate beings with their own personalities, interests, and life paths. The more you try to control their choices and experiences, the more frustrated you become, and the more you may damage your relationship with them. The Stoic approach suggests focusing on what you can control: your own parenting behavior, the values you model, the love and support you provide, while accepting that your children's choices and outcomes are ultimately their own. Academic and professional settings offer similar lessons. You might spend weeks preparing for an important presentation, researching every possible question, and rehearsing until it's perfect. But you cannot control the audience's mood, their pre-existing opinions, technical difficulties, or competing priorities that might distract them. You can control your preparation, your delivery, and your response to questions, but the ultimate reception of your ideas depends on factors beyond your influence. Travel provides a particularly rich laboratory for practicing acceptance of the uncontrollable. Flights get delayed, reservations get lost, weather changes plans, and equipment breaks down. The more rigidly you cling to your itinerary, the more frustrated you become. But if you approach travel with Stoic principles, focusing on what you can control, your attitude, your responses to delays, your ability to find alternative solutions, the inevitable disruptions become adventures rather than disasters. Scholars still debate whether the Stoic approach is too passive for the demands of a world that seems to reward those who fight for control, who refuse to accept limitations, who push boundaries and challenge obstacles. Some argue that accepting what you cannot control might lead to complacency or resignation. But as you settle deeper into your pillow, you realize that the opposite is true. When you stop wasting energy on futile battles, you have more resources available for the areas where you can actually make a difference. The liberation comes gradually, almost imperceptibly. You begin to notice that you feel lighter when you're not carrying the weight of trying to control the uncontrollable. Your shoulders relax when you remember that other people's moods are not your responsibility to manage. Your breathing deepens when you accept that some days will go according to plan and others won't, and both are perfectly normal parts of human experience.
Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is let go of the illusion and focus on what's truly yours to shape, your own thoughts, actions, and responses. This isn't giving up, it's growing up. It's recognizing that maturity includes accepting the limits of your power while fully exercising the power you do have. It's understanding that peace comes not from controlling your circumstances, but from mastering your relationship with uncertainty itself. As you drift towards sleep, the illusion of control begins to fade like morning mist, replaced by something more solid and sustainable. The quiet confidence that comes from knowing exactly where your power lies and how to use it wisely. You realize that you've been carrying a burden that was never yours to bear, trying to manage a world that was never yours to control. And in letting go of that impossible responsibility, you discover a freedom that no amount of control could ever provide. You're floating through the gentle haze of memory, and now you find yourself in a bustling Roman marketplace where tempers flare as easily as the midday sun beats down on the cobblestones. Here, anger is as common as olives and gossip, but the ancients weren't without their own sophisticated arsenal of techniques for keeping cool. The air shimmers with heat, voices rise in heated bargaining, and you can almost smell the mix of sweat, spices, and frustration that permeates this ancient center of commerce. You watch as a merchant, red-faced and fuming over a botched deal involving what appears to be watered-down wine, pauses to take a slow, deliberate breath. It's not just a sigh, it's a ritual, a tiny act of rebellion against the chaos swirling around him. The scene unfolds like a masterclass in emotional regulation 2 millennia before the term existed. You notice how the merchant's shoulders drop slightly as he exhales, how his clenched fists gradually relax, how his expression shifts from fury to something approaching resignation. This isn't surrender, it's strategy. He's applying techniques that have been passed down through generations of philosophers, merchants, and ordinary citizens who understood that uncontrolled anger was a luxury they couldn't afford in a world where reputation and relationships determined survival. Mainstream historians agree that both the Greeks and Romans developed a surprisingly sophisticated array of anger management techniques, some of which would feel right at home in a modern self-help book or therapy session. They practiced controlled breathing exercises, recited calming phrases and mantras, took long walks to clear their minds, engaged in physical exercise to release tension, and even developed early forms of cognitive reframing. The philosopher Seneca, a contemporary of Epictetus, wrote entire essays on the art of keeping one's temper, suggesting that you should count to 10 or even 100 before responding to provocation. It's the ancient equivalent of telling yourself, don't hit send on that angry email just yet. These weren't just theoretical exercises dreamed up by ivory tower philosophers. They were practical tools developed by people who lived in a world where anger had immediate, sometimes deadly consequences. Roman society was hierarchical and honor-based, where a moment of uncontrolled rage could lead to duels, political ruin, or worse. The techniques they developed were tested in the laboratory of daily life, refined through generations of use, and passed down because they worked. The breathing techniques were particularly sophisticated. Roman physicians understood that anger affected the body's humors, what we now recognize as physiological responses to stress. They observed that rapid, shallow breathing accompanied anger, while slow, deep breathing promoted calm. They developed structured breathing exercises, some remarkably similar to modern practices, like box breathing or the 4-7-8 technique. Citizens would practice these exercises daily, not just when angry, building the muscle memory that would serve them in moments of crisis. But here's a quirky tidbit that reveals the lengths to which some Romans would go in their quest for emotional control. Some believed that wearing amulets made from crocodile dung could ward off anger and other negative emotions. The theory was that crocodiles were naturally calm creatures. Clearly, they'd never witnessed a crocodile feeding frenzy, and their excrement contained properties that could transfer this tranquility to humans. Imagine showing up to your next therapy session with that tucked in your pocket. Your therapist might need a moment to recover, and you'd certainly have redirected the conversation away from your anger issues. The Romans also developed what we might now call cognitive behavioral techniques. They practiced what they called premeditatio malorum, imagining potential setbacks and frustrations before they occurred. This wasn't pessimism, it was emotional preparation. By mentally rehearsing difficult scenarios, they could practice their responses and reduce the shock that often triggers anger. A merchant might imagine a customer haggling aggressively, rehearsing how he would respond with patience rather than irritation. A senator might visualize being interrupted during a speech, preparing to maintain his composure rather than lashing out. They understood the power of perspective taking as well. When someone behaved rudely or inconsiderately, Romans were taught to consider possible explanations for the behavior. Perhaps the rude customer had received bad news from home. Maybe the impatient senator was worried about a sick child. This practice of assuming positive intent, or at least neutral intent, helped prevent the kind of personal offense-taking that fuels anger. Physical exercise played a crucial role in Roman anger management. They recognized that anger created physical tension that needed release, and they developed systematic approaches to channeling this energy constructively. The wealthy had access to private gymnasiums where they could engage in vigorous exercise when feeling frustrated. Public baths included exercise areas where citizens could work off steam through wrestling, running, or weightlifting. Even simple activities like walking were prescribed for emotional regulation. The phrase solvitur ambulando, it is solved by walking, became a common prescription for various problems, including anger. The Romans also understood the importance of social support in managing anger. They developed formal and informal networks for discussing frustrations and seeking advice. Wealthy Romans often had philosophical advisors, essentially ancient life coaches who could provide perspective during difficult times. Even ordinary citizens participated in social clubs and professional associations where they could share their struggles and learn from others' experiences. You notice how these ancient techniques echo in your own life, sometimes without you even realizing it. Maybe you've tried deep breathing when stuck in traffic, or repeated a calming mantra when someone cuts you off. Perhaps you've gone for a walk when feeling frustrated, or called a friend to vent about a difficult day. The methods may have evolved, but the underlying principles remain remarkably consistent across cultures and centuries. The Romans even developed what we might now call mindfulness practices. They emphasize present moment awareness as an antidote to anger, which often stems from dwelling on past grievances or worrying about future conflicts. They practiced observing their thoughts and emotions without immediately acting on them, creating space between stimulus and response. This pause, this moment of conscious choice, was seen as the key to emotional freedom. Historians still argue whether these practices were truly effective or just elaborate placebos, whether they represented genuine psychological insight or simply cultural rituals that provided comfort through familiarity. Some scholars suggest that the Roman emphasis on emotional control was more about social conformity than genuine well-being. Others argue that the consistency of these practices across different cultures and time periods suggests they address fundamental aspects of human psychology that transcend cultural differences. What's fascinating is how these ancient techniques align with modern neuroscience and psychology. The breathing exercises activate the parasympathetic nervous system, naturally countering the stress response. The cognitive reframing techniques help interrupt the automatic thought patterns that fuel anger. The physical exercise releases endorphins and provides a healthy outlet for aggressive energy. The social support networks provide emotional regulation and perspective-taking opportunities. In essence, the Romans had discovered, through observation and experimentation, many of the same principles that modern science has validated. The Romans also understood that prevention was better than cure. They developed daily practices designed to build emotional resilience before anger arose. Morning reflections, evening reviews, regular philosophical study, and community participation all served to strengthen the psychological muscles needed for emotional regulation. They recognized that managing anger wasn't just about crisis intervention. It was about building a lifestyle that made anger less likely to occur in the first place. You start to experiment right there in your bed, drawing on this ancient wisdom. The next time frustration bubbles up, you might try the Roman technique of the pause and breathe, taking 3 slow, deep breaths while counting to 10. Or you could practice their method of perspective taking, asking yourself what might be happening in this person's life that's causing them to behave this way. You might even adopt their practice of evening reflection, reviewing the day's challenges and considering how you might respond differently in similar situations. The beauty of these ancient techniques is their accessibility. You don't need special equipment, expensive training, or perfect conditions. You can practice deep breathing in your car, reframe situations while walking, or engage in physical exercise in your living room. The Romans understood that emotional regulation needed to be practical and portable, available wherever and whenever anger might arise. As you settle deeper into the night, you find comfort in the knowledge that people have been wrestling with anger for thousands of years, developing and refining techniques that have stood the test of time. You're not alone in your struggle with frustration and irritation, and you're certainly not powerless against these emotions. With a few simple techniques, borrowed from ancient wisdom or adapted for modern life, you can start to reclaim your peace, one breath at a time. The Roman approach to anger management was holistic, recognizing that emotional regulation involves the mind, body, and social environment. They understood that anger is a natural human emotion, but that it could be managed skillfully rather than eliminated entirely. They developed practices that were both preventive and responsive, both individual and communal, both philosophical and practical. Perhaps most importantly, they recognized that mastering anger was not a destination, but a journey, a lifelong practice of building emotional resilience and wisdom. They didn't expect perfection from themselves or others, but they committed to continuous improvement, understanding that each moment of choosing calm over chaos was a victory worth celebrating. You might even find a little humor in connecting with this ancient tradition. Maybe you imagine Epictetus navigating a crowded marketplace, quietly practicing his breathing exercises, while someone nearby shouts about overpriced fish. Or you picture Seneca pausing mid-argument to count to 100 in Latin, while his opponent wonders why the conversation suddenly went silent. These images remind you that the struggle with anger is both universal and timeless, and that finding moments of levity can be part of the solution. The legacy of Roman anger management techniques extends far beyond their historical period. Many of their methods were preserved and transmitted through medieval monasteries, Renaissance academies, and Enlightenment salons. They influenced everything from modern cognitive behavioral therapy to contemporary mindfulness practices, the deep breathing exercises you might learn in a yoga class, the reframing techniques taught in anger management programs, and the social support emphasized in group therapy all have roots in ancient Roman practices. As you drift towards sleep, you realize that you're part of a long tradition of human beings seeking to master their emotions and find peace amid life's inevitable challenges. The specific techniques may evolve, but the underlying quest remains the same: to respond to life's provocations with wisdom rather than reactivity, to choose calm over chaos, and to find freedom through self-mastery rather than attempting to control the uncontrollable world around you. You're gliding into the familiar chaos of modern life, where the test of your newfound stoic calm comes not from emperors or ancient markets, but from the most ordinary of battlegrounds, the traffic jam. You grip the steering wheel, the red brake lights stretching endlessly ahead, and feel that old, familiar heat rising in your chest. It's almost comical. Here you are, a student of ancient wisdom, brought to the edge by a sea of bumpers and blaring horns. The traffic jam represents the perfect microcosm of life's uncontrollable elements. You didn't cause it, you can't fix it, and no amount of horn honking or wheel gripping will make it dissolve. Yet something about being confined in a metal box, watching precious minutes tick away, seems specifically designed to test your philosophical resolve. Your mind races with thoughts of the meeting you might miss, the appointment that took weeks to schedule, or simply the plans you had for those vanishing minutes of your finite life. Mainstream historians agree that while the ancients didn't have to deal with rush hour, they faced their own versions of the daily grind: crowded city streets, noisy neighbors, and the unpredictability of public life. Roman cities were notoriously congested, with Julius Caesar eventually banning daytime wagon traffic in central Rome to combat the gridlock. The Stoics, Epictetus included, would see your traffic jam as the perfect training ground for their philosophy. You can't control the flow of cars, the timing of the lights, or the playlist on the radio station that keeps playing the same 3 songs. But you can control your response. You can choose to breathe, to notice the tension in your shoulders, and to let it go, one exhale at a time. The traffic jam becomes a laboratory for practicing the dichotomy of control. As you sit there, seemingly trapped, you begin to sort through what aspects of this situation actually belong to you. You can't control the volume of vehicles, the road construction that narrowed 4 lanes to 2, or the fender bender 3 miles ahead that's causing the backup. But you do have complete sovereignty over your breathing pattern, the tension in your body, the thoughts you entertain, and how you choose to use this unexpected pause in your day. Here's a quirky tidbit. In ancient Rome, chariot races were notorious for causing traffic jams around the Circus Maximus, with tens of thousands of spectators all trying to navigate narrow streets simultaneously. Some frustrated citizens even wrote graffiti complaining about the congestion, proof that some things never change. Archaeologists have discovered wall inscriptions lamenting the noise, chaos, and delays caused by these ancient traffic jams. Imagine Epictetus stuck behind a slow-moving ox cart, quietly repeating to himself, "Is this within my control?" It's a comforting thought, knowing that even the wisest among us have faced the same petty annoyances. The traffic jam also reveals something profound about modern expectations. We've become accustomed to speed, efficiency, and the ability to optimize every minute. When something disrupts this carefully calibrated flow, we experience it not just as an inconvenience, but almost as a personal affront, as if the universe has specifically conspired to thwart our plans. This expectation of constant forward momentum is relatively new in human history. For most of our existence, delays and waiting were simply part of life, not exceptional circumstances that triggered frustration. You start to experiment right there in your car. Instead of fuming at the delay, you turn your attention inward. You notice the rhythm of your breath, the feel of the seat beneath you, the way the sunlight glints off the windshield. You observe the thoughts that arise, the worry about being late, the frustration with other drivers, the calculations about alternate routes without immediately acting on them. You realize that the only thing you truly control in this moment is your own state of mind. Historians still argue whether the Stoics' focus on internal control is practical in a world that demands action. But you find that this small shift in perspective makes the weight feel lighter, almost peaceful. The practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You notice that your frustration isn't really about the traffic itself. It's about the story you're telling about the traffic. This always happens to me. I should have left earlier. That driver is deliberately trying to cut me off. These narratives fuel your anger far more than the actual situation. When you recognize these stories as optional interpretations rather than objective reality, you create space for different perspectives. Maybe this delay is protecting you from something worse down the road. Perhaps this pause is exactly what you needed to collect your thoughts before an important meeting. Modern psychology confirms what the Stoics intuited: cognitive reframing, changing how you interpret a situation, can transform your emotional response to it. Studies show that people who reframe traffic jams as opportunities rather than obstacles report significantly lower stress levels and even show different physiological responses, with lower cortisol levels and reduced heart rate variability. Your body literally processes the experience differently when your mind shifts perspective. You might even find a little humor in the situation. Maybe you imagine the ancient Romans stuck in their own traffic, grumbling about slow chariots and stubborn donkeys. Or you picture Epictetus himself offering a gentle reminder. You can't control the jam, but you can control the jam session. Maybe it's time to sing along, off key and unbothered, to whatever song is playing on the radio. Laughter itself becomes a form of liberation, a way of acknowledging the absurdity of getting worked up about something so completely beyond your control. The traffic jam also offers an opportunity to practice presence. Most of your frustration comes from being mentally elsewhere. In the future meeting you might be late for, or in an imaginary world where traffic flows perfectly. But when you bring your attention fully to the present moment, you might discover it's not actually unpleasant. The temperature in your car is comfortable. The seat supports your body. The forced pause gives you time to notice details about your surroundings that you usually miss in the rush of movement. This moment, exactly as it is, might contain its own kind of peace if you're fully present for it. As you sit in traffic, you also have the chance to practice another Stoic principle, the premeditation of adversity. This involves imagining potential challenges before they occur, not to worry about them, but to prepare your response. Next time you get in your car, you might take a moment to remind yourself that traffic is always a possibility. You might plan to leave earlier, bring something to listen to, or simply set the intention to use any delays as opportunities for practice. This mental preparation doesn't prevent traffic jams, but it does prevent them from catching you off guard emotionally. The traffic jam can even become a metaphor for larger life challenges. Just as the congestion eventually clears, difficult circumstances are rarely permanent. The Stoics emphasize the transience of all things, both pleasant and unpleasant. This perspective helps you avoid catastrophizing minor setbacks. Yes, you're stuck now, but movement will resume. Yes, you might be late for one appointment, but life will continue. This too shall pass, as surely as the traffic will eventually start flowing again. As the cars inch forward, you realize that every traffic jam, every delay, every minor frustration is an opportunity to practice what you've learned. You're not just surviving the wait, you're mastering it. One breath, one moment, one choice at a time. You're transforming what could be wasted time into a training ground for equanimity. And perhaps most importantly, you're discovering that freedom doesn't come from controlling your external circumstances. It comes from mastering your internal response to whatever circumstances arise. The next time you find yourself caught in traffic, remember that you're in good company. For thousands of years, humans have been practicing the art of patience in the face of delay. The specific vehicles may have changed from ox carts to hybrid cars, but the essential challenge remains the same. To find peace, not in perfect circumstances, but in your perfect freedom, to choose how you respond to imperfect ones. You're gliding from the slow crawl of traffic into the digital fast lane, where the world's noise is just a swipe away. Your phone buzzes, a notification lights up, and suddenly you're pulled into a whirlwind of opinions, updates, and endless scrolling. It's the digital age, and with it comes a whole new set of illusions. Chief among them, the belief that you can control what happens on your screen or how others respond to you online. The digital realm presents perhaps the most seductive illusion of control in modern life. With a few taps, You can curate your feed, block unwanted voices, edit your words until they're perfect, and craft an online persona that reflects your ideal self rather than your messy reality. The interfaces are designed to give you a sense of mastery. Likes, shares, filters, and settings that promise to put you in the driver's seat of your digital experience. Yet beneath this veneer of control lurks a profound powerlessness that becomes apparent the moment something doesn't go according to plan. Consider what happens when you post something online. You carefully choose your words, select the perfect image, maybe add a thoughtful hashtag or two. You hit post with certain expectations. Perhaps you anticipate likes from specific friends, supportive comments, or at least some acknowledgement that your digital offering has been received. But then, silence, or worse, misinterpretation. Someone takes offense at a joke you thought was harmless. Another person ignores the substance of your post to focus on a minor detail. Someone else shares it in a context you never intended. Suddenly, your carefully controlled message has taken on a life of its own, traveling through digital space in ways you never anticipated and cannot redirect. Mainstream historians agree that while the Stoics never faced the onslaught of social media, their wisdom is more relevant than ever in a world where anger can flare with a single tweet or a misunderstood comment. The ancient philosophers understood that communication always involves an uncontrollable element, the interpretation of the receiver. Epictetus repeatedly emphasized that we cannot control how others receive our words, only how we deliver them. In the digital age, this principle becomes even more crucial as our words can be received by thousands of people simultaneously, each bringing their own context, biases, and emotional states to their interpretation. You notice how easy it is to get swept up in online debates, to feel your pulse quicken as you read something that clashes with your worldview. The urge to respond, to correct, to control the narrative. It's almost irresistible. Your fingers hover over the keyboard, ready to craft the perfect rebuttal that will surely make the other person see reason. But in that moment, if you pause to apply the dichotomy of control, you might realize that while you can control the clarity and kindness of your response, you cannot control how it will be received, whether it will be read in good faith or if it will change anyone's mind. Digital communication strips away many of the cues we rely on in face-to-face interaction: tone of voice, facial expressions, body language, making misunderstandings not just possible, but probable. A message sent with humor may be read as sarcasm. A genuine question might be interpreted as a challenge. A thoughtful critique could be received as an attack. The Stoics would recognize this as an extension of a timeless truth. We cannot control others' perceptions, only our own actions and intentions. Here's a quirky tidbit. In the early days of the internet, chat rooms had flame wars, where users would hurl insults back and forth for hours, sometimes over the most trivial topics. Some forums even had flame moderators whose sole job was to keep the peace. Imagine Epictetus in that role, calmly typing, "Remember, you control only your own words." These early digital conflicts revealed something fundamental about human nature that the Stoics had identified centuries earlier. When people feel anonymous or distant from the consequences of their actions, impulse often overrides reason. Historians still argue whether the anonymity of the internet makes anger more contagious, or if it simply reveals what's always been simmering beneath the surface of civil discourse. The illusion of control extends beyond communication to our consumption of information. You scroll through your feed, believing you're choosing what to read, watch, and engage with. But sophisticated algorithms are constantly working behind the scenes, analyzing your behavior to serve content designed to capture and keep your attention. These systems know that outrage and anger are powerful engagement drivers, so they often prioritize content that provokes these emotions. The result is a digital environment that can trigger anger without your conscious choice, making Stoic principles of emotional self-regulation more important than ever. Even the physical design of digital devices and interfaces contributes to the illusion of control while actually diminishing it. The satisfying click when you press a button, the smooth scroll of a well-designed app, the immediate response to your touch, all create a sense of mastery and agency. Yet these same devices are engineered to be addictive, to keep you engaged through carefully calibrated rewards that trigger dopamine release in your brain. You think you're checking your phone by choice, but often you're responding to carefully designed psychological triggers that bypass your rational decision-making. Privacy presents another arena where the digital dichotomy of control becomes apparent. You adjust settings, manage cookies, perhaps use encryption or private browsing. These actions create a sense that you're controlling your digital footprint. But the reality is far more complex. Your data is collected, aggregated, bought, and sold through systems so intricate that even experts struggle to fully comprehend them. The Stoics would recognize this as another area where clear distinction between what you can and cannot control is essential for peace of mind. You start to see how the digital world amplifies the illusion of control in particularly powerful ways. You want your post to be liked, your message to be understood, your feed to reflect only what you enjoy. But the more you try to curate and control, the more you notice how little is actually up to you. Algorithms shift, comments take on a life of their own, and suddenly you're caught in a storm of reactions you never intended. The very tools that promise control, settings, filters, blocks, often create a false sense of security that makes the inevitable moments of powerlessness even more jarring. The digital realm also introduces new complexities to the Stoic practice of focusing on what you can control. Online, the boundaries between self and other, between internal and external, can become blurred. Your digital presence, your profile, your post history, your online reputation exists in a liminal space that is both you and not you. It's created by you, but interpreted by others, controlled by you in some ways, but subject to platform policies and algorithmic distribution in others. The Stoics might suggest that this digital extension of self requires a more nuanced application of their principles, recognizing that while you can control what you share, you cannot control its digital life after sharing. Time itself becomes distorted in the digital realm, further complicating the practice of Stoic principles. Online, the past never fully disappears. Old posts can resurface years later, taken out of their original context. The future constantly intrudes on the present through notifications and alerts. The Stoic emphasis on living in the present moment becomes both more challenging and more essential when digital tools are specifically designed to pull your attention in multiple temporal directions simultaneously. Scholars still debate whether unplugging is the answer, or if it's possible to bring Stoic calm into the digital realm. Some argue that the only way to maintain emotional equilibrium is to limit digital engagement, creating boundaries that protect your attention and peace of mind. Others contend that the digital world is simply another arena for practicing Stoic principles, perhaps even an especially valuable one, precisely because it presents such challenging conditions for maintaining equanimity. The question becomes not whether to engage with digital technology. For most of us, that's no longer optional in modern life, but how to engage in ways that align with Stoic values. This might mean being more intentional about when and why you go online, setting clear boundaries around digital use, or developing specific practices for maintaining emotional equilibrium in digital spaces. It might mean regularly asking yourself, is this within my control? Before responding to a provocative post or checking your phone for the 20th time in an hour. But as you set your phone aside, you realize that the principle remains the same. Focus on what you can control, your own words, your own reactions, your own peace of mind. The rest is just noise, swirling in the ether. You can choose when to engage and when to step back. You can decide how much importance to give to digital interactions. You can set boundaries around your attention and time. These choices remain firmly within your control, even when the digital environment itself is not. You might even find a little humor in it all. Maybe you imagine Epictetus scrolling through a feed of ancient memes, shaking his head at the drama, and reminding you, you can't control the comments, but you can control your calm. It's a digital age dichotomy, and you're learning to navigate it, one mindful moment at a time. Perhaps the most Stoic response to digital overwhelm is not perfect detachment, but a kind of wise engagement, using these tools when they serve your values and stepping away when they don't. Always remembering that your worth and peace exist independently of any digital validation or conflict. As you drift towards sleep, the glow of your screen finally darkened, you realize that the ancient wisdom applies perfectly to this most modern of challenges. The dichotomy of control doesn't need updating for the digital age. It just needs applying with the same clarity and consistency that Epictetus taught centuries ago. Your thoughts, your actions, your responses remain yours to command, even when the digital world seems designed to commandeer them. In this recognition lies a freedom that no algorithm can analyze and no platform can restrict. The freedom to choose your own relationship with the digital realm, guided by principles that have withstood the test of time. You're gliding from the digital world into the fluorescent lit maze of the modern workplace, where the stakes feel high and the tempers sometimes higher. The office, whether it's a cubicle farm or a virtual grid of faces on a screen, is a battlefield of expectations, deadlines, and personalities. You notice how quickly frustration can bubble up. A curt email, a missed deadline, a colleague who seems to have mastered the art of selective hearing. It's almost funny if you squint at it sideways. All these grown adults, each convinced they can control the outcome of every meeting, every project, every conversation. The workplace offers perhaps the most concentrated laboratory for practicing the dichotomy of control in daily life. Here, the illusion of control collides constantly with the reality of interdependence. Your success depends not just on your own efforts, but on colleagues, supervisors, clients, market conditions, and countless other variables beyond your influence. Yet the professional world often operates on the unspoken assumption that perfect control is not only possible, but expected. "I need this by tomorrow" becomes a command rather than a request, as if saying the words could bend time itself to accommodate the deadline. Mainstream historians agree that the ancient world had its own version of office politics. Roman senators jockeying for influence, Greek philosophers debating in crowded agoras, merchants haggling in noisy markets. The Stoics, Epictetus included, would see your workplace as the perfect arena to practice the dichotomy of control. You can't control your boss's mood, your coworker's work ethic, or the latest company policy that seems designed to test your patience. But you can control your own actions, your own words, and, most importantly, your own peace of mind. Consider the typical meeting scenario that unfolds in workplaces around the world. You've prepared thoroughly, created a thoughtful presentation, anticipated questions, and allocated time carefully. Then reality intervenes. The key decision maker arrives late. Someone derails the discussion with tangential concerns. The projector malfunctions at the crucial moment. Your carefully planned hour dissolves into chaos, and you feel the familiar heat of frustration rising. This is precisely when the dichotomy of control becomes not just philosophical theory, but practical salvation. In that moment of mounting frustration, you have a choice. You can focus on all the elements beyond your control: other people's punctuality, their attention spans, the reliability of technology, or you can focus on what remains within your sphere of influence, your own response. You can adapt your presentation on the fly, address concerns with patience rather than irritation, troubleshoot technical issues calmly, or suggest a follow-up when conditions are more favorable. The outcome of the meeting may not match your expectations, but your own conduct can still align with your values. Email communication provides another rich territory for practicing Stoic principles. You craft a clear, thoughtful message only to receive a reply that seems to have ignored half your points, misinterpreted others, and added new requests that weren't part of the original discussion. The temptation to respond with passive-aggressive phrasing or thinly veiled frustration can be overwhelming. But the Stoic approach reminds you that while you can control the clarity and tone of your message, you cannot control how others read, interpret, or respond to it. Here's a quirky tidbit. In ancient Rome, some officials carried small figurines of Fortuna, the goddess of luck, hoping she'd tip the scales in their favor during tense negotiations. These pocket-sized talismans were the ancient equivalent of a lucky pen or favorite tie worn to important meetings. Imagine slipping a tiny statue onto your desk before a big presentation, hoping for a little divine intervention. Epictetus, ever the pragmatist, would probably just smile and remind you that luck is fickle, but your attitude is yours to command. The workplace hierarchy presents particular challenges to the practice of Stoic principles. When your supervisor makes a decision you believe is misguided, when company leadership takes the organization in a direction that seems short-sighted, or when organizational politics override merit in determining opportunities, the limits of your control become painfully apparent. You may have little influence over these larger forces, but you retain complete control over how you respond to them. Whether with bitter resentment that poisons your days, or with clear-eyed acceptance that preserves your energy for areas where you can make a difference. Career advancement itself often becomes a battleground between what you can and cannot control. You may work diligently, develop your skills, build relationships, and still find yourself passed over for promotion or recognition. The Stoic perspective doesn't suggest abandoning ambition, but rather holding it lightly, focusing on the excellence of your work rather than the rewards it may or may not bring. As Epictetus might say, you can control your performance, but not how others evaluate it. You start to see how the dichotomy of control can be your shield in the workplace. When a project goes sideways, you pause and ask yourself, what part of this is truly mine to fix? Maybe you can't change the deadline, but you can choose how you communicate about the challenges. Maybe you can't control your team's energy, but you can bring your best self to the table. Maybe you can't prevent a client from making unreasonable demands, but you can respond with professionalism rather than frustration. The practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You begin to distinguish between influence and control, recognizing that while you can't control others' decisions, you can often influence them through clear communication, thoughtful persuasion, and consistent reliability. This distinction helps you focus your energy more effectively, investing in areas where you have meaningful influence while releasing attachment to outcomes that truly lie beyond your reach. Historians still argue whether the Stoic approach makes you a better leader or just a calmer one. But you notice that the less you try to control others, the more energy you have for your own work. There's a paradoxical efficiency in focusing on your own sphere of control. You waste less time and emotional energy on futile attempts to manage the unmanageable, leaving more resources for genuine productivity and creativity. The workplace also offers countless opportunities to practice another key Stoic principle, distinguishing between preference and attachment. You can prefer that a project goes according to plan while remaining unattached to that specific outcome. You can prefer that colleagues respond promptly to your requests without becoming emotionally invested in their response time. This subtle shift from demanding that reality conform to your expectations to simply having preferences while accepting what actually unfolds can transform your experience of work from a series of frustrations to a field of opportunities for practice. You might even find a little humor in the chaos. Maybe you imagine Epictetus navigating a modern office, calmly sipping his coffee while everyone else scrambles to mute themselves on a video call. Or you picture him offering a gentle reminder. You can't control the meeting, but you can control your mute button. It's a small thing, but sometimes that's all it takes to keep your cool. The professional world also presents unique challenges around identity and self-worth. Many people derive their sense of value from their work, making professional setbacks feel like personal failures. The Stoic perspective offers a healthier alternative, suggesting that your worth comes not from external achievements or recognition, but from your character and choices. You are not your job title, your performance review, or your salary. You are your values in action, your responses to challenges, your treatment of others, all aspects firmly within your control. Workplace relationships add another layer of complexity to the practice. The colleague who takes credit for your work, the team member who consistently misses deadlines, the manager who plays favorites, all provide opportunities to distinguish between what you can and cannot control. You cannot control their behavior, but you can control your response to it. You can choose integrity over retaliation, clear boundaries over resentment, and professional focus over personal drama. As you settle deeper into the night, you realize that the workplace isn't just a source of stress, it's a training ground for your Stoic practice. Every challenge, every conflict, every unexpected twist is an opportunity to focus on what you can control and let go of the rest. You're not just surviving the workday, you're mastering it, one mindful moment at a time. The beauty of applying Stoic principles in the workplace lies in their practicality. This isn't about passive acceptance or giving up on excellence. It's about directing your energy where it can actually make a difference, about finding freedom within constraints, about maintaining your center when everything around you seems to be spinning out of control. It's about recognizing that true professional mastery isn't just technical skill or industry knowledge. It's the ability to navigate challenges with wisdom, integrity, and equanimity. As your thoughts drift towards sleep, you realize that tomorrow's workday will bring its own tests and trials. There will be unexpected obstacles, difficult conversations, and moments when your patience wears thin. But you'll face them differently now, armed with the simple yet profound question that can transform your experience. What part of this can I control? And in that question lies not just philosophical wisdom, but practical power, the power to choose your response, to maintain your peace, and to find freedom even in the most challenging workplace battlefield. You're gliding from the fluorescent lit office into the softer, more unpredictable world of personal relationships, where the stakes are higher and the rules less clear. Here, the urge to control can be even stronger. After all, you care deeply about the people in your life, and it's only natural to want things to go smoothly. But as you settle into this new landscape, you start to notice how often frustration and anger bubble up when others don't act the way you wish they would. Maybe it's a partner who forgets an anniversary, a friend who cancels plans at the last minute, or a family member who just can't resist offering unsolicited advice. The more you try to script their behavior, the more you find yourself tangled in disappointment. These relationship expectations form invisible contracts in your mind, unspoken agreements about how others should behave, respond, and prioritize. You expect your partner to remember important dates without reminders, anticipate your needs without explanation, and interpret your subtle cues without confusion. You expect friends to respond to messages promptly, maintain the same level of enthusiasm for your shared interests, and prioritize your relationship through consistent time and attention. You expect family members to respect your boundaries, support your decisions, and refrain from judgment. These expectations seem reasonable to you, perhaps even minimal, but they rest on the shaky foundation of believing you can control how other autonomous beings move through the world. Mainstream historians agree that the Stoics, Epictetus included, saw relationships as one of the greatest tests of their philosophy. You can't control what others think, say, or do, but you can control your own expectations and responses. It's a lesson that's as relevant now as it was in ancient times. Some scholars debate whether the Stoics' emphasis on self-control made them distant or detached, but others argue that it allowed for deeper, more genuine connections, because when you stop trying to control others, you can finally meet them where they are. The Stoics understood something profound about human connection. True intimacy requires acceptance, not control. When you try to manage others' behavior to match your expectations, you're not relating to the actual person before you, but to your mental image of who they should be. This creates a barrier to genuine connection. Epictetus would suggest that real love and friendship begin with accepting others exactly as they are, not as you wish them to be. This doesn't mean accepting mistreatment or abandoning all standards. It means recognizing the difference between having preferences about others' behavior and believing you can control it. Consider how this plays out in romantic relationships, where the illusion of control often manifests most powerfully. You might find yourself frustrated when your partner doesn't express affection in the specific way you prefer, doesn't share your enthusiasm for certain activities, or doesn't intuitively understand what you need without explicit communication. The Stoic approach doesn't suggest lowering your standards or staying in unhealthy relationships. It simply clarifies what's yours to control. You can control how clearly you communicate your needs, how you respond to disappointment, and what boundaries you establish. You cannot control your partner's priorities, communication style, or emotional responses. Here's a quirky tidbit. In ancient Greece, it was common to consult oracles or read omens before making big relationship decisions, hoping for a glimpse of control over the unpredictable hearts of others. Some would examine the flight patterns of birds, the arrangement of animal entrails, or the patterns in sacrificial smoke, believing these signs could predict whether a marriage would be harmonious or a friendship would endure. Imagine texting your friend, "Hang on, let me check with the oracle before I RSVP to your party." Epictetus would probably just smile and remind you that the only heart you can truly manage is your own. Friendships provide another arena for practicing the dichotomy of control. Perhaps you've experienced the disappointment of a friend who doesn't reciprocate your level of investment, who forgets important details you've shared, or who doesn't make time for you amid other priorities. The pain is real, but the Stoic perspective offers a path through it. You can control your own loyalty, attentiveness, and generosity. You cannot control whether others match your effort or appreciate your gestures. This doesn't mean accepting one-sided relationships. You retain control over your boundaries and choices about where to invest your energy, but it does mean releasing the expectation that you can manage others' behavior through your own actions or intentions. Family relationships often present the most challenging test of Stoic principles. These connections come with layers of history, expectation, and emotional complexity that can make the urge to control particularly strong. You might wish your parents would stop offering unsolicited advice, hope your siblings would acknowledge past hurts, or expect your children to embrace the values you've tried to instill. The Stoic approach reminds you that while you cannot control your family members' perspectives or choices, you can control your responses to them. You can set clear boundaries without resentment, offer love without conditions, and maintain your center even when family dynamics become chaotic. The workplace adds another dimension to relationship challenges, blending professional expectations with personal dynamics. You might find yourself frustrated when colleagues don't meet deadlines, when team members don't contribute equally to projects, or when supervisors don't recognize your efforts. The Stoic perspective helps you distinguish between what you can influence through clear communication and what ultimately remains outside your control. You can articulate expectations, provide necessary information, and model collaborative behavior. You cannot control others' work styles, priorities, or recognition of your contributions. You start to experiment right there in your mind. The next time someone lets you down, you pause and ask yourself, is this within my control? You realize that you can't change their actions, but you can choose your response. Maybe you let go of the grudge, or maybe you set a gentle boundary. Either way, you feel lighter, less burdened by the need to orchestrate every outcome. This practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You begin to distinguish between influence and control, recognizing that while you can't control others' choices, you can often influence them through clear communication, consistent behavior, and genuine connection. This distinction helps you focus your energy more effectively, investing in areas where you have meaningful influence while releasing attachment to outcomes that truly lie beyond your reach. The beauty of applying Stoic principles to relationships lies in the freedom they offer both parties. When you stop trying to control others, you create space for them to be authentically themselves. When you focus on your own responses rather than managing others' behavior, you reclaim energy for genuine connection rather than manipulation or disappointment. This doesn't mean becoming passive or accepting mistreatment. It means engaging with clarity about what's yours to control and what isn't. Communication itself transforms when viewed through the lens of Stoic principles. You begin to recognize that while you can control the clarity, timing, and tone of your message, you cannot control how it's received, interpreted, or responded to. This insight leads to more straightforward expression, less hint dropping or passive aggressive signaling, and fewer expectations that others should just know what you need. You communicate to express yourself clearly, not to control others' responses. A conflict resolution takes on a different quality as well. Rather than focusing on making the other person see your perspective or admit they're wrong, you focus on what's within your control. Listening with openness, expressing your position clearly, and maintaining your own integrity throughout the interaction. The outcome of the conflict may remain uncertain, but your conduct within it is entirely yours to determine. Historians still argue whether the Stoic approach to relationships is too hands-off or if it's the secret to lasting harmony. Critics suggest that accepting what you cannot control might lead to passivity or settling for less than you deserve. Defenders counter that clearly distinguishing between what you can and cannot control actually empowers you to invest your energy more wisely, focusing on your own conduct rather than futile attempts to manage others. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that the less you try to control others, the more space you create for understanding, compassion, and peace. You're not just surviving your relationships, you're transforming them, one mindful moment at a time. Perhaps the most profound shift comes in how you view love itself, rather than seeing love as a feeling dependent on others' behavior, meeting your expectations. You begin to recognize it as a choice entirely within your control. You can choose to love others as they are, not as you wish them to be. You can offer understanding without demanding it in return. You can extend kindness without guarantees of reciprocation. This doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior or staying in unhealthy relationships. Boundaries remain firmly within your control, but it does mean releasing the belief that others must earn your love through conforming to your expectations. As you drift towards sleep, you carry with you this liberating insight. Relationships flourish not when you successfully control others, but when you successfully master your own expectations, responses, and attachments. In this mastery lies not just personal peace, but the foundation for connections based on acceptance rather than demand, appreciation rather than expectation, and freedom rather than control. You're not just learning a philosophical principle, you're discovering a path to relationships that can weather life's inevitable disappointments while preserving the joy of genuine connection. You're gliding from the realm of relationships into the quiet, intricate world of your own body, a place where anger doesn't just live in your mind, but pulses through your veins, tightens your muscles, and quickens your breath. You notice how, even before you realize you're angry, your body has already sounded the alarm. Your heart thumps a little faster, your jaw tenses, your hands curl into fists, your breathing becomes shallow, and a wave of heat seems to rise from your core to your face. It's as if your body is a loyal but overzealous guard dog, barking at every perceived threat, real or imagined, before your conscious mind has even registered danger. This physiological response isn't random. It's an ancient survival mechanism, a carefully orchestrated symphony of hormones and neural signals designed to prepare you for fight or flight. When you perceive a threat, whether it's a snarling predator or a passive-aggressive email, your amygdala, the brain's emotional processing center, triggers an immediate cascade of reactions. Your adrenal glands release adrenaline and cortisol. Your blood vessels constrict to direct blood to your major muscle groups. Your digestive system temporarily shuts down, and your senses sharpen. All of this happens in a fraction of a second before your rational mind has had time to assess whether the threat is genuine or merely perceived. Mainstream historians agree that the ancients were keen observers of these physical signs, even without our modern understanding of neuroscience and endocrinology. The Stoics, Epictetus included, believed that understanding your body's response to anger was the first step toward mastering it. They recognized that emotions weren't purely mental phenomena, but had distinct physical signatures that could serve as early warning systems. They didn't have MRI machines or hormone charts, but they knew that emotions and physiology were deeply intertwined, that the body and mind existed in constant conversation with each other. Some scholars debate whether the Stoics' focus on bodily awareness was ahead of its time or simply a reflection of their holistic worldview. But either way, their advice still rings true. Pay attention to your body, and you'll catch anger before it takes over. They understood that by the time you're consciously aware of feeling angry, the physiological response is already well underway. But if you can learn to recognize the earliest physical signs, the slight tension in your shoulders, the subtle change in your breathing pattern, the almost imperceptible warming of your face, you gain precious moments to intervene before the emotion fully engulfs you. This bodily wisdom extends beyond just anger. The Stoics observed that all emotions have physical components. Anxiety tightens the chest and quickens the breath. Sadness often feels heavy in the limbs. Joy can create a sensation of lightness or expansion. By developing awareness of these physical manifestations, You create a kind of early detection system for emotional states that might otherwise hijack your rational mind. It's like having a weather radar that warns you of approaching storms, giving you time to seek shelter before the downpour begins. Here's a quirky tidbit. In ancient Rome, some believed that eating lettuce could cool the blood and calm a fiery temper. This wasn't entirely superstition. Certain foods do have mild calming effects through their impact on blood sugar, hydration, or specific nutrients. Imagine reaching for a salad every time you felt your patience slipping. Your local grocery store would never run out of greens again. It's a charming ritual, but Epictetus would probably just smile and remind you that the real power lies in noticing the first signs of tension and choosing how to respond. The Romans also believed that different emotions resided in different parts of the body: anger in the liver, courage in the heart, intellect in the brain. While their specific anatomical understanding was limited by the science of their time, their intuition that emotions have physical locations wasn't entirely wrong. Modern research shows that different emotional states do create distinct patterns of activation throughout the body. Anger tends to increase blood flow to the hands, preparing for fighting. Fear often reduces blood flow to the extremities, preparing for injury. And happiness typically creates a pattern of activation across the entire body. You start to experiment right there in your bed. The next time you feel irritation bubbling up, you scan your body for clues: a tight chest, a clenched jaw, a shallow breath. You take a slow inhale, letting your shoulders drop, and notice how the anger softens just a little. It's not about suppressing your feelings or pretending they don't exist. It's about interrupting the automatic cycle before it spirals out of control. By changing your physical state, you can actually influence your emotional state, a bottom-up approach to emotional regulation that complements the top-down approach of changing your thoughts. This practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You begin to distinguish between different qualities of anger in your body. The sharp, sudden tension of irritation feels different from the slow burn of resentment or the cold heaviness of contempt. Each has its own physical signature, its own early warning signs. By cataloging these subtle differences, you develop a more sophisticated emotional vocabulary, both mentally and physically. You're not just angry, you're experiencing a specific type of anger with specific physical characteristics, and this precision gives you more options for how to respond. The breath becomes a particularly powerful tool in this practice. The Stoics recognized that breathing was one of the few bodily functions that operates both automatically and under conscious control, making it a perfect bridge between involuntary emotional reactions and voluntary responses. When anger triggers rapid, shallow breathing, you can deliberately slow and deepen your breath, sending a signal to your nervous system that the perceived threat isn't actually life-threatening. This activates your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode that counteracts the stress response. Movement offers another pathway for working with anger in the body. The Stoics recommended walking as a remedy for emotional disturbance, understanding intuitively what modern science has confirmed. Physical activity can help process and release the energy of strong emotions. When anger floods your system with adrenaline and cortisol, preparing your body for action, movement gives these chemicals somewhere to go. A brisk walk, a set of push-ups, or even vigorous house cleaning can help discharge the physical tension of anger, creating space for more reasoned responses. Historians still argue whether the Stoics' emphasis on bodily awareness was a form of early mindfulness or just common sense, but modern research increasingly supports their approach. Studies show that people with greater interoceptive awareness, the ability to perceive internal bodily sensations, often demonstrate better emotional regulation. By feeling anger in your body as it first arises, you gain a crucial moment of choice before the emotion fully takes hold. This doesn't mean you never feel angry. It means you're no longer at the mercy of anger's automatic progression. As you settle deeper into the night, you realize that your body is a wise companion on this journey toward emotional mastery. It warns you when anger is near, and it offers a path back to calm if you're willing to listen. The physical sensations that accompany anger aren't your enemies. They're messengers bringing valuable information about your internal state. By acknowledging these sensations with curiosity rather than judgment, you transform what could be a trigger for escalation into an opportunity for intervention. This body-centered approach to anger management complements the cognitive strategies you've been exploring, while the dichotomy of control helps you distinguish between what you can and cannot influence. Bodily awareness helps you catch emotional reactions before they overwhelm your ability to make that distinction. Together, these practices create a comprehensive approach to emotional mastery, addressing both the mental patterns that generate anger and the physical responses that amplify it. The practice becomes increasingly subtle over time. You begin to notice not just the obvious physical signs of full-blown anger, but the barely perceptible shifts that precede it. A slight change in your posture, a almost imperceptible tightening around your eyes, a subtle shift in your tone of voice. These micro expressions of emotion give you even earlier warning, expanding the gap between stimulus and response, where your freedom to choose resides. You're not just surviving your emotions, you're learning to ride their waves, one breath, one heartbeat, one gentle choice at a time. You're developing what the Stoics might have called emotional sovereignty, not the absence of strong feelings, but the ability to experience them without being controlled by them. Your body, once the unconscious vehicle of anger's expression, becomes your ally in its transformation. As you drift towards sleep, you carry with you this embodied wisdom. Anger isn't just a thought or a feeling. It's a full body experience, and therefore, its mastery must include the body as well as the mind. By bringing conscious awareness to the physical dimensions of your emotional life, you reclaim a power that was always yours, but perhaps forgotten. The power to feel fully without being overwhelmed, to experience anger's energy without being consumed by its fire. You're gliding from the gentle awareness of your body into the soft, shadowy realm where day gives way to night, a place where sleep and stoicism meet, and where the ancient art of calming the mind becomes your nightly ritual. The world outside your window grows quieter, and you notice how the worries of the day try to sneak into your dreams, clinging to your thoughts like burrs on a woolen blanket. But tonight, you're armed with the wisdom of Epictetus and the soothing practices of those who came before you. Sleep, that mysterious state where we spend nearly a third of our lives, has always fascinated philosophers and scientists alike. It's a vulnerable time when we surrender control, When our conscious defense is lower, and when the mind processes the day's experiences in ways we don't fully understand. For the anxious mind, bedtime can become a battlefield where worries multiply in the darkness, where regrets about the past and fears about the future conspire to keep rest at bay. The Stoics recognized this challenge centuries ago, understanding that how we transition from wakefulness to sleep profoundly affects both the quality of our rest and the tenor of our days. Mainstream historians agree that the ancients took sleep seriously, treating it as a sacred time for restoration and reflection. The Romans had elaborate bedtime rituals, understanding intuitively what modern sleep science has confirmed, that consistent pre-sleep routines signal to the body and mind that it's time to transition from activity to rest. The Stoics, Epictetus included, believed that the way you end your day shapes the way you greet the next. They recommended reviewing your actions, letting go of regrets, and preparing the mind for rest by focusing only on what you can control: your own thoughts, your own breath, your own willingness to release the day's burdens. Seneca, another prominent Stoic philosopher, wrote extensively about his own evening practice. When the light has been removed and my wife has fallen silent, aware of this habit that has now become mine, I examine my entire day and go back over what I've done and said, hiding nothing from myself, passing nothing by. This wasn't self-flagellation or rumination, but rather a calm, objective review, noting where he had acted according to his principles and where he had fallen short, without harsh judgment or excessive pride. The goal wasn't perfection, but progress, not self-criticism, but self-awareness. This practice of evening reflection serves multiple purposes. First, it helps process the day's events before sleep, reducing the likelihood that unresolved issues will disturb your rest. Second, it reinforces the habit of distinguishing between what you can and cannot control, allowing you to release the latter before entering sleep. Third, it creates a gentle accountability that helps align your actions with your values over time. And finally, it establishes a boundary between the activities of the day and the restoration of night, helping signal to your body that it's time to transition to rest. Here's a quirky tidbit that connects ancient wisdom with folk tradition. Some Romans believed that sleeping with a laurel leaf under your pillow would ward off nightmares and bring peaceful dreams. The laurel was sacred to Apollo, god of light and truth, and was thought to provide clarity even in the dream state. Imagine tucking a sprig of greenery beneath your head each night, hoping for a little extra serenity. Epictetus, ever the minimalist, would probably just suggest a few moments of honest reflection and a gentle reminder that tomorrow is another chance to practice calm. The Stoics also recognized that physical comfort played a role in sound sleep, though they advocated moderation rather than luxury. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor philosopher, was known to sleep on a simple bed even when he could have commanded the finest mattresses in the empire. This wasn't mere asceticism. It reflected the Stoic understanding that excessive comfort can actually interfere with the body's natural processes. Modern sleep science confirms this insight, suggesting that moderate temperatures, minimal light, and appropriate firmness create optimal conditions for restorative sleep. Beyond physical considerations, the Stoics emphasized mental preparation for sleep. They understood that the thoughts you entertain as you drift off often color your dreams and influence your waking mood. Epictetus advised his students to focus on gratitude and acceptance as they prepared for sleep, rather than dwelling on problems or planning for tomorrow. This practice helps activate the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode that counteracts stress and promotes healing. You start to experiment right there in your bed. Before you close your eyes, you replay the day, not to judge or criticize, but to notice where you tried to control the uncontrollable and where you let go. Maybe you remember a moment of frustration when traffic delayed your commute, a flash of anger when a colleague took credit for your idea, or a lingering worry about a project deadline. You acknowledge each instance, thank yourself for noticing, and then gently set it aside, reminding yourself which aspects were within your control and which weren't. This isn't about suppressing thoughts or forcing your mind to be blank, an approach that typically backfires, creating more mental activity rather than less. Instead, it's about changing your relationship with thoughts, observing them with gentle curiosity rather than getting caught in their current. You might even visualize your thoughts as leaves floating down a stream, acknowledging each one before watching it drift away. This practice of mindful awareness creates space between you and your thoughts, helping you recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness observing them. You remind yourself that sleep is a gift, not a battleground, and that you deserve to rest without carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. The Stoics would approve of this perspective. They understood that rest isn't laziness, but a necessary component of a well-lived life. Seneca wrote, "We should take wandering outdoor walks so that the mind might be nourished and refreshed by the open air and deep breathing." The same principle applies to sleep. It nourishes and refreshes both body and mind, preparing you for the challenges of the coming day. Historians still argue whether the Stoics' bedtime rituals were a form of early cognitive therapy or simply a way to make peace with the unpredictability of life. Some scholars suggest that these practices were primarily ethical, focused on moral improvement rather than psychological well-being. Others contend that the Stoics intuitively understood the connection between mental peace and physical health, recognizing that rumination and worry not only disturbed sleep but compromised overall functioning. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that these ancient practices offer a timeless path to tranquility. You're not just preparing for sleep, you're preparing for a new day, one where anger has less room to grow and peace has a little more space to bloom. The transition from wakefulness to sleep also offers a powerful metaphor for the Stoic approach to life and death. Just as you must surrender control to fall asleep, eventually you must surrender control at life's end. The Stoics viewed this not with fear, but with acceptance, understanding that resistance only creates suffering. By practicing this small surrender each night, letting go of the day's concerns, accepting that you cannot control what happens while you sleep, you rehearse in miniature the ultimate release that comes at the end of life. This perspective doesn't diminish the value of either sleep or life. Rather, it enhances appreciation for both by acknowledging their temporary nature. You might even find a little humor in the process. Maybe you imagine Epictetus fluffing his straw mattress and muttering, "At least I can control how many times I turn my pillow to the cool side." Or you picture yourself counting breaths instead of sheep, drifting off with a smile at the thought that you're part of a tradition stretching back thousands of years. This gentle amusement helps lighten the sometimes serious work of philosophical practice, reminding you that wisdom doesn't always wear a solemn face. The practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You begin to notice patterns in what disturbs your sleep. Perhaps work concerns are more prominent on Sunday nights, or relationship worries tend to surface after certain interactions. This awareness itself becomes valuable, helping you address issues proactively rather than wrestling with them at bedtime. You might decide to set boundaries around work communications in the evening, or to have important conversations earlier in the day rather than before bed. These practical adjustments reflect the Stoic emphasis on working with reality as it is, not as you wish it to be. And as your breath slows and your thoughts grow softer, you realize that sleep and stoicism are perfect companions. Both invite you to let go, to trust in the wisdom of the moment, and to remember that peace is always within reach. One gentle breath, one quiet night, one mindful choice at a time. The dichotomy of control that guides your waking hours serves equally well as you transition to sleep. You cannot control whether sleep comes quickly or slowly, whether your dreams are pleasant or troubling, or what challenges tomorrow may bring. But you can control your approach to these uncertainties, choosing acceptance over resistance, patience over frustration, and trust over fear. In this gentle surrender, you find not weakness, but strength, the quiet power that comes from aligning yourself with the natural rhythms of life rather than fighting against them. As consciousness begins to fade, you carry this wisdom with you into the realm of dreams, where the lessons of the day continue to unfold in new and sometimes surprising ways. And when morning comes, you'll awaken not just physically refreshed, but philosophically renewed, ready to practice once more the art of focusing on what you can control and accepting what you cannot. The ancient wisdom and modern science align in this quiet moment. Good sleep isn't just about physical rest, it's about mental peace, emotional processing, and spiritual renewal. By bringing Stoic principles to your bedtime routine, you transform what might be a time of worry into an opportunity for growth. What could be hours of rumination into a period of restoration. You're not just sleeping better, you're living better, one peaceful night at a time. You're floating deeper into the quiet, where the day's noise fades and your mind turns inward, tracing the subtle ways judgment shapes your world. You notice how quickly you label events as good or bad, fair or unfair, as if your mind is a courtroom and every moment is on trial. But Epictetus would nudge you gently, reminding you that it's not the events themselves that disturb you. It's your judgments about them. The spilled coffee, the missed call, the awkward silence at dinner. None of these have the power to upset you until you decide what they mean. This insight strikes at the very heart of Stoic philosophy, revealing a profound truth about human suffering that remains as relevant today as it was 2 millennia ago. Your distress doesn't come from what happens to you, but from the story you tell yourself about what happens, the narrative you construct, the meaning you assign, the expectations you hold. These are the true architects of your emotional experience. When someone cuts you off in traffic, the event itself is neutral, a car moving in front of yours. But your judgment, that driver is rude and disrespectful, creates the anger that follows. Mainstream historians agree that the Stoics Epictetus, foremost among them, saw judgment as the true source of emotional turmoil. They taught that events are neutral, like blank pages, and it's your interpretation that colors them with frustration, anger, or peace. Men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of them. Epictetus famously observed, capturing in a single sentence the essence of cognitive psychology centuries before the field existed. Some scholars debate whether this approach is too detached, whether it risks turning you into a passive observer of your own life, but others argue that it's the key to real freedom, a way to reclaim your power from the whims of circumstance. The judgment trap operates with remarkable subtlety in daily life. Consider how quickly your mind assigns meaning to the smallest interactions. A friend doesn't respond to your text. They must be upset with you. Your boss gives brief feedback. They must be disappointed in your work. Your partner seems distant. They must be losing interest. These interpretations arise so automatically that you might not even recognize them as judgments rather than facts. Yet each one represents a choice, a particular lens through which you've decided to view a neutral event. This automatic meaning-making happens because your brain is constantly searching for patterns, trying to make sense of a complex world. It's a survival mechanism evolved over millennia to help your ancestors quickly interpret potential threats. But in modern life, this same mechanism often creates suffering where none need exist. Your brain doesn't just observe reality, it predicts and constructs it, filling in gaps with assumptions based on past experiences, current fears, and unconscious biases. Here's a quirky tidbit. In ancient Greece, some philosophers believed that wearing a special ring engraved with the word apatheia, meaning without passion, could help you remember to judge less and observe more. These rings served as physical reminders to pause before assigning meaning to events, a kind of ancient mindfulness tool. Imagine glancing at your hand every time you feel irritation rising, a tiny reminder to pause before passing sentence on the world. Modern psychologists might call this a pattern interrupt, a way to break the automatic cycle of judgment and reaction. The Stoics developed specific practices to combat the judgment trap. One powerful technique was to describe events in objective, factual terms, stripped of all evaluation. Instead of thinking, my colleague gave a terrible presentation that wasted everyone's time, you might observe, my colleague spoke for 20 minutes and shared information about the project. This practice of separating observation from evaluation creates space between stimulus and response, allowing you to choose your interpretation rather than reacting automatically. Another Stoic practice involved deliberately considering alternative interpretations of troubling events. When something upsets you, ask yourself, what other meanings could this have? What might explain this behavior besides the negative interpretation I've assigned? Perhaps the driver who cut you off is rushing to the hospital. Maybe your friend hasn't responded because their phone battery died. Your boss might be brief because they're dealing with personal problems, not because they're disappointed in you. This practice of perspective taking doesn't require you to believe these alternative interpretations, only to recognize that your initial judgment is just one possibility among many. The Stoics also recommended examining your judgments through the lens of impermanence. Will this matter in a month, a year, 5 years? Most of what disturbs us fades quickly from memory. Yet in the moment, we often react as if facing a permanent catastrophe. By placing your judgments in the broader context of time, you gain perspective that naturally softens their emotional impact. The coffee stain on your shirt, the awkward comment at the meeting, the minor disagreement with your partner, all lose their power when viewed against the backdrop of a lifetime. You start to experiment right there in your bed. The next time something goes wrong, a text left unread, a plan that falls through, you pause and ask yourself, what story am I telling about this? You realize that you can choose a different narrative, one that's softer, more forgiving, less tangled in anger. Maybe the friend who didn't reply is just busy, not ignoring you. Maybe the delay is an opportunity, not a disaster. Maybe the criticism contains useful feedback, not personal rejection. This isn't about forcing positive thinking. It's about recognizing that multiple interpretations exist, and you have the power to choose among them. The practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You begin to notice patterns in your judgments. Perhaps you consistently interpret ambiguous situations as rejection, or you tend to assume others are judging you as harshly as you judge yourself. These patterns often have roots in early experiences, forming templates through which you automatically filter new information. By bringing awareness to these patterns, you create the possibility of choosing different interpretations that better serve your well-being and align with reality. Historians still argue whether the Stoic focus on judgment is a form of self-protection or a path to deeper understanding. Critics suggest that too much detachment from judgments might lead to moral relativism or emotional numbness. Defenders counter that examining judgments doesn't mean abandoning values. It means holding those values consciously rather than reactively, and recognizing the difference between principled evaluation and automatic emotional reaction. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that the less you judge, the lighter you feel. You're not just surviving your thoughts, you're learning to shape them, one gentle story at a time. This practice extends beyond individual events to your broader narratives about life itself. Many of us carry implicit judgments about what constitutes success, what makes a good person, what a life well lived looks like. These judgments, often absorbed unconsciously from family, culture, and media, create a backdrop of constant evaluation against which we measure ourselves and others. The Stoics would invite you to examine these larger narratives too, asking whether they truly reflect your deepest values or merely conventional thinking you've never questioned. The freedom that comes from mastering judgment isn't freedom from caring or from having preferences. It's freedom from being controlled by unconscious reactions, from suffering unnecessarily over interpretations you've created yourself. It's the freedom to respond thoughtfully rather than react habitually, to choose your perspective rather than have it chosen for you by conditioning and circumstance. In this freedom lies the essence of what the Stoics called virtue, not moral perfection, but the wisdom to distinguish between what you can and cannot control, and the courage to take responsibility for your own mind. As you drift towards sleep, you carry with you this powerful insight. Between every event and your emotional response lies a space, however brief, where judgment occurs. In that space, that gap between stimulus and reaction, lives your freedom. By bringing awareness to this process, by questioning your automatic interpretations, by considering alternatives, you reclaim your power from the tyranny of unconscious judgment. You're not eliminating judgment. You're making it conscious, intentional, and aligned with your deepest values rather than your most reactive fears. The world will continue to present you with spilled coffee, missed calls, and awkward silences. People will still cut you off in traffic, leave your texts unread, and say things you find disagreeable. But as you practice the art of examining your judgments, these events lose their power to disturb your peace. Not because you've become indifferent, but because you've become wise. Wise enough to recognize that your freedom lies not in controlling what happens, but in choosing what it means. You're gliding through the gentle currents of memory, and now you find yourself surrounded by the echoes of history, faces and stories from every era, each one a testament to the power of mastering anger through Stoic principles. You notice how the world's most admired figures, from generals to poets, from ancient sages to modern leaders, have all faced moments when rage threatened to overtake reason. Yet, the ones we remember most fondly are those who found a way to let go, to choose calm over chaos, and to focus on what they could control rather than railing against what they couldn't. The historical landscape is dotted with remarkable examples of individuals who embodied the Stoic approach to anger management, often without explicitly identifying as Stoics themselves. Their stories form a tapestry of wisdom that spans cultures and centuries, offering living proof that mastering anger isn't just philosophical theory. It's a practical path to effectiveness, influence, and inner peace. As you explore these examples, you begin to see patterns emerging, common strategies and insights that transcend time and circumstance. Mainstream historians agree that Cato the Younger, a Roman senator and fierce defender of the Republic, was renowned for his unshakable composure in the face of political turmoil during the tumultuous final years of the Roman Republic. While his contemporaries succumbed to bribery, intimidation, and the seductive allure of power, Cato remained steadfast in his principles, refusing to be provoked even by Julius Caesar's most pointed insults. He was known to sit silently through heated debates in the Senate, refusing to be baited by insults or provocation, his calm presence a rebuke to the emotional chaos around him. Some scholars debate whether Cato's legendary calm was a sign of inner peace or simply stubbornness in disguise, but his reputation for self-mastery endures as a testament to the power of emotional regulation in the political arena. What made Cato's example particularly striking was the contrast between his inner calm and the violent upheaval of his times. The Roman Republic was collapsing around him. Traditional values were being abandoned, and political violence was becoming commonplace. Yet in this maelstrom, Cato maintained his center, demonstrating that emotional control isn't about having perfect circumstances. It's about maintaining your principles regardless of external chaos. His contemporaries might have seen his steadfastness as rigid or impractical, but history has vindicated his approach, remembering him as a moral compass in an age of compromise. Here's a quirky tidbit that humanizes this paragon of Stoic virtue. Cato was so committed to his principles that he once wore the same simple clothing year-round, regardless of the weather, as a reminder that comfort and discomfort were both outside his control. In an age when Roman senators draped themselves in elaborate togas to signal their status, Cato's plain dress was a visual statement of his philosophical commitments. Imagine showing up to a winter meeting in your summer shorts just to prove a philosophical point about indifference to external conditions. Epictetus would probably nod in approval, while your coworkers might question your sanity or admire your conviction, depending on their own relationship with conventional expectations. You drift further through time and find yourself in the company of Nelson Mandela, who, after 27 years of imprisonment on Robben Island under the brutal apartheid regime of South Africa, emerged without bitterness, choosing reconciliation over revenge. During his long confinement, Mandela studied Stoic philosophy, finding in its principles a framework for maintaining his dignity and purpose despite circumstances designed to break his spirit. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. He would recite from William Ernest Henley's poem Invictus, embodying the Stoic belief in inner freedom regardless of external constraint. What's particularly remarkable about Mandela's example is that he had every justification for anger. He had been separated from his family, subjected to hard labor, and denied basic human dignities because of his fight for justice. Yet he recognized that allowing anger to consume him would only extend his imprisonment to the realm of his mind, the one domain where he retained complete sovereignty. Instead, he focused on what he could control: his own responses, his continued education, his relationships with fellow prisoners, and his preparation for a future he believed would eventually come. Historians still argue whether Mandela's Stoic-like restraint was innate or forged in the crucible of hardship, whether it was a natural temperament or a deliberately cultivated discipline. Some point to his early life as evidence of a fiery temperament that had to be tamed through conscious effort, while others suggest he always possessed an unusual capacity for perspective taking and emotional regulation. But regardless of its origins, his ability to let go of anger changed the course of a nation, preventing what many feared would be a bloody civil war and creating instead the possibility of a peaceful transition to democracy. You realize that the thread connecting these figures isn't their circumstances, which varied dramatically, but their response to them, their willingness to focus on what they could control and to release the rest. This pattern repeats across time and culture, suggesting something universal about the relationship between emotional mastery and effective action. Whether facing political opposition, unjust imprisonment, or personal tragedy, those who direct their energy toward what they can influence rather than wasting it on futile anger often achieve more lasting impact than those consumed by rage. The Japanese samurai tradition offers another fascinating historical example of anger management principles that parallel Stoic teachings. The concept of fudoshin, or immovable mind, was central to samurai philosophy, emphasizing the importance of maintaining mental clarity and emotional stability even in life or death situations. The ideal warrior wasn't one who fought with blind rage, but one who remained calm enough to perceive clearly and act decisively. Legendary swordsman Miyamoto Musashi wrote in his classic The Book of Five Rings that the warrior should be the same in heart and body, whether facing a single opponent or 20, neither excited by victory nor disturbed by defeat, a perspective strikingly similar to Epictetus's teachings about focusing only on what you can control. What makes the samurai example particularly interesting is that it emerged from a warrior culture, demonstrating that emotional regulation isn't about passivity or weakness. It's about effectiveness. The samurai understood that anger clouds judgment, narrows perception, and leads to mistakes that could be fatal in combat. Their rigorous training included meditation practices specifically designed to cultivate emotional stability under pressure, recognizing that the greatest battle was often with one's own mind rather than external enemies. Moving into more recent history, you encounter Viktor Frankl, who survived the Nazi concentration camps and emerged to write Man's Search for Meaning, a profound testament to the human capacity for choosing one's response even in the most horrific circumstances. Frankl observed that among his fellow prisoners, those who maintained some sense of purpose and meaning, who focused on what remained within their control, rather than raging against their captors, were more likely to survive both physically and spiritually. Between stimulus and response, there is a space, he wrote. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Frankl's insights align perfectly with Stoic principles, though he arrived at them through his own experience and his background in psychiatry, rather than through direct study of ancient philosophy. This convergence suggests that certain truths about human resilience transcend specific philosophical traditions, emerging independently when people face extreme challenges and discover what actually works to maintain sanity and purpose. The concentration camps represented perhaps the most severe test imaginable of the principle that inner freedom remains possible, even when external freedom is completely removed. You start to see how this pattern repeats across time. Whether it's a suffragette marching for the right to vote despite public ridicule and police brutality, a civil rights activist maintaining dignity in the face of systemic oppression, or a scientist facing rejection of ideas that would later revolutionize their field, the lesson is the same. Anger loses its grip when you stop trying to control the uncontrollable. You might even find a little humor in the thought. Imagine a medieval knight pausing mid-battle to take a deep breath and recite a calming mantra while everyone else charges ahead with battle cries. Or picture a suffragette carefully practicing her response to hecklers before a demonstration, knowing that her composure would speak more eloquently than any angry outburst. The business world offers modern examples of this same principle in action. Warren Buffett, one of the most successful investors in history, is known for his emotional discipline during market volatility. When others panic sell during downturns, driven by fear and anxiety about losses they can't control, Buffett focuses on the fundamentals of the companies he invests in, the factors that actually determine long-term value. His famous advice to be fearful when others are greedy and greedy when others are fearful is essentially a Stoic principle applied to investing. Don't let your emotions be controlled by external events or the reactions of others. Similarly, former Apple CEO Steve Jobs, despite his reputation for occasional temper, demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of professional setbacks. After being forced out of the company he founded, rather than being consumed by bitterness or seeking revenge, he focused on what he could control, continuing to innovate and build new companies. This focus on productive action rather than retributive anger ultimately led to his triumphant return to Apple and the company's subsequent transformation into one of the most valuable in the world. The field of sports psychology has increasingly incorporated principles that would be familiar to Epictetus. Elite athletes are taught to focus only on factors within their control, their preparation, their technique, their mental state, rather than worrying about opponents, referees, or outcomes. Tennis champion Rafael Nadal has spoken about his ritual of focusing only on the immediate next point rather than the match result, a practice that helps him maintain composure under pressure. Basketball legend Michael Jordan famously used perceived slights as motivation rather than allowing anger to disrupt his performance, channeling emotional energy into productive action rather than destructive reaction. What's particularly striking about these modern examples is that they come from fields where results matter intensely: business, sports, politics, demonstrating that emotional regulation isn't about withdrawing from the world or accepting mediocrity. It's about achieving excellence through focusing your energy where it can actually make a difference, rather than wasting it on futile anger about circumstances beyond your control. The medical field provides compelling evidence for the practical benefits of this approach. Studies consistently show that people who focus on aspects of their health they can influence, diet, exercise, stress management, while accepting what they cannot control, genetic predispositions, aging, past injuries, tend to have better outcomes than those who rage against their limitations or deny their reality. This isn't just positive thinking, it's strategic allocation of mental and emotional resources toward productive rather than futile efforts. Historians still debate whether these stories are embellished, whether the calm of these figures was as unshakable as legend suggests. Skeptics point out that historical accounts often simplify complex personalities, turning real people with normal human emotions into one-dimensional exemplars of virtue. Perhaps Cato occasionally lost his temper behind closed doors. Maybe Mandela had moments of rage during his imprisonment that didn't make it into the official narrative. It's likely that even the most self-disciplined samurai sometimes struggled with fear or anger in the heat of battle. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that the truth doesn't need to be perfect to be powerful. These examples don't need to represent superhuman emotional control to offer valuable lessons. Even if these historical figures only managed to master their anger some of the time, in the moments when it mattered most, their examples still demonstrate what's possible for ordinary humans facing extraordinary challenges. Every time you choose calm over anger, you join a lineage of quiet strength, a tradition that stretches across centuries and continents, uniting you with those who mastered the art of letting go. You're not just learning from history, you're becoming part of it, one mindful moment at a time. Your own small victories over anger, your daily choices to focus on what you can control rather than raging against what you cannot, connect you to this timeless wisdom tradition that has helped humans navigate challenges since ancient times. As sleep begins to claim you, you carry with you the comforting knowledge that you're not alone in this practice. Countless others before you have walked this path, facing their own traffic jams, difficult colleagues, personal disappointments, and systemic injustices. They've discovered, as you are discovering, that true power lies not in controlling external circumstances, but in mastering your own responses. And in that mastery, they found not just personal peace, but the clarity and energy to change what actually could be changed, making their mark on history not through the force of their anger, but through the wisdom of their focused action. You're gliding through the tapestry of history and personal experience, and now you find yourself at the heart of a paradox, the kind that makes philosophers smile and night owls ponder a little longer before sleep. The more you accept what you cannot control, the freer you become. It sounds backward, almost like a riddle, but as you settle into this realization, you notice how the tightness in your chest begins to loosen, how the world feels a little less heavy on your shoulders, how your breath deepens and slows with each moment of surrender. This paradox lies at the very core of Stoic philosophy, challenging our modern obsession with maximizing control over every aspect of our lives. We live in a world of productivity apps, 5-year plans, and life hacks, all promising to help us bend reality to our will. Yet here stands Epictetus, a former slave who owned almost nothing, suggesting that true power comes not from controlling your environment, but from mastering your response to it. The freedom paradox invites you to consider a revolutionary question. What if the path to liberation isn't through acquiring more control, but through perfecting the art of letting go? Mainstream historians agree that the Stoics, Epictetus especially, saw freedom not as the absence of obstacles, but as the presence of inner clarity about what truly belongs to you. You can't control the weather, the economy, or the opinions of strangers, but you can control your own mind, your judgments, your values, your responses to whatever life presents. This distinction isn't merely philosophical, it's practical, offering immediate relief from the exhausting effort of trying to manage the unmanageable. Some scholars debate whether this kind of freedom is too inward-looking, whether it risks turning you into a passive observer of life's storms. But others argue that it's the only kind of freedom that can't be taken away by fate, fortune, or the whims of others. A freedom that remains available even in prison, even in illness, even in the face of death itself. The paradox deepens when you consider how much energy we expend trying to control things beyond our reach. You worry about tomorrow's weather, next year's economy, other people's opinions, pouring precious life force into concerns that yield no return on investment. The Stoic approach suggests redirecting that energy toward the domain where your power is absolute, your own choices, values, and responses. This isn't about lowering your ambitions or accepting mediocrity. It's about focusing your efforts where they can actually make a difference, like a laser beam rather than a scattered flashlight. Consider how this paradox plays out in relationships. When you try to control how others feel about you, what they think of your choices, or how they should behave, you create a prison of anxiety and disappointment. But when you focus solely on bringing your best self to each interaction, being honest, kind, and authentic, while releasing attachment to how others respond, you discover a surprising freedom. Conversations become lighter, connections more genuine, conflicts less threatening. You're no longer performing for approval or manipulating for advantage. You're simply being present, offering what you have to give, and allowing others the space to respond authentically. Here's a quirky tidbit. In ancient Rome, some people believed that carrying a small bronze key would unlock good luck and keep misfortune at bay. These amulets were common among all classes, from slaves to senators, each hoping that the symbolic key would somehow grant them control over fate's unpredictable turns. Imagine slipping a tiny key into your pocket every morning, hoping it will open the door to a perfect day. Epictetus, ever the realist, would probably just smile and remind you that the only lock worth picking is the one on your own expectations, the mental constraints that turn life's natural unpredictability into personal suffering. The workplace offers another laboratory for exploring the freedom paradox. When you obsess over outcomes, you can't guarantee whether you'll get the promotion, how your presentation will be received, whether your ideas will be implemented. You create constant anxiety. But when you focus exclusively on the quality of your work, the integrity of your process, and the authenticity of your contributions, regardless of how they're received, you discover a profound professional freedom. You're no longer hostage to others' evaluations or organizational politics. You're anchored in the satisfaction of knowing you've done your best with what's truly yours to control. This paradoxical freedom extends even to physical limitations. When you rage against illness, aging, or injury, conditions you may influence but cannot fully control, you create additional suffering beyond the physical discomfort itself. But when you accept these realities while focusing on what remains within your power, your attitude, your treatment choices, how you spend your energy, you reclaim a measure of freedom even within physical constraints. Some of history's most inspiring figures have demonstrated this principle, creating meaningful lives and significant contributions despite conditions that might seem severely limiting when viewed from the outside. The financial realm provides yet another example of the freedom paradox in action. When you tie your peace of mind to specific outcomes, a certain income level, particular investment returns, or complete security against economic downturns, you become a hostage to circumstances largely beyond your control. But when you focus instead on making sound decisions based on available information, living according to your values, regardless of your financial situation, and finding contentment that isn't dependent on material conditions, you discover a freedom that no economic fluctuation can diminish. You start to experiment right there in your bed. The next time you feel frustration rising, when plans change, when someone lets you down, when the world refuses to cooperate, you pause and ask yourself, is this within my control? If the answer is no, you let it go. Not because you're giving up, but because you're choosing freedom over frustration. You realize that every time you release the need to control the uncontrollable, you reclaim a little more of your own peace, your own energy, your own life force that would otherwise be drained by futile resistance. This practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You begin to distinguish between influence and control, recognizing that while you can influence many things through your example, your communication, your consistent actions, true control extends only to your own choices and responses. This distinction helps you focus your energy more effectively, investing in areas where you have meaningful influence while releasing attachment to specific outcomes that depend on factors beyond your reach. The freedom paradox also transforms your relationship with time. When you try to control the pace of your life, rushing through necessary processes, becoming impatient with natural rhythms, fighting against the reality that some things simply take time, you create constant friction with reality. But when you accept the temporal nature of existence, working with time's flow rather than against it, you discover a freedom from the tyranny of hurry, a peace that comes from alignment rather than resistance. Even your relationship with yourself benefits from this paradoxical freedom. When you try to control your thoughts and emotions, suppressing what you don't want to feel, forcing yourself to think positive, denying natural human responses, you create internal conflict that consumes energy and creates suffering. But when you practice accepting all your experiences with compassionate awareness, neither suppressing nor indulging them, you discover an inner freedom, the freedom to be fully human, with all the messiness and beauty that entails. Historians still argue whether the Stoic path to freedom is too solitary, whether it means withdrawing from the world rather than engaging with its challenges. Critics suggest that accepting what you cannot control might lead to complacency about injustice or resignation in the face of problems that could be solved through collective action. Defenders counter that true acceptance doesn't mean inaction. It means clear-eyed engagement, focusing your energy on what can actually be changed rather than wasting it on futile resistance to reality as it currently exists. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that true freedom isn't about escaping life's challenges. It's about meeting them with a calm mind and an open heart. You're not just surviving the paradox, you're living it one gentle breath at a time. The freedom paradox extends beyond individual psychology into social and political realms as well. When societies attempt to control every aspect of citizens' lives, they create repression, resistance, and ultimately instability. But when governance focuses on creating conditions where people can exercise meaningful choice within necessary constraints, a different kind of freedom emerges, not the absence of all limitation, but the presence of genuine agency within a framework that acknowledges our interdependence. The Stoics understood that humans are social creatures, that true freedom isn't about isolation, but about finding the balance between individual sovereignty and communal responsibility. As you drift towards sleep, the freedom paradox settles into your bones, no longer just an intellectual concept, but a lived experience. You feel the spaciousness that comes from releasing what you cannot control, the energy that becomes available when you stop fighting reality, the peace that emerges when you align your efforts with what's actually possible rather than what you wish were true. This isn't resignation or passivity. It's the most profound form of engagement with life, one that acknowledges limits while fully embracing the vast territory of choice that remains yours regardless of external circumstances. The paradox whispers its final insight as consciousness begins to fade. Perhaps freedom isn't something you achieve through effort, but something you discover through surrender, not surrender to other people or to unjust conditions, but surrender to the fundamental nature of existence, that some things are yours to shape and others aren't, that control is always partial, that life unfolds according to countless factors beyond any individual's management. In this surrender lies not weakness, but wisdom, not defeat, but discovery. The discovery that you have always been free where it matters most, in the quiet sanctuary of your own mind, where no external force can dictate your judgments, your values, or your peace. And in this gentle acceptance, this wise discernment between what you can and cannot control, you find not just freedom from unnecessary suffering, but freedom for what truly matters, for love uncomplicated by manipulation, for work uncorrupted by desperate striving, for a life lived with integrity rather than anxiety. This is the freedom paradox in its fullest expression, that in letting go, you gain. In accepting limits, you transcend them. In surrendering the illusion of total control, you discover the only freedom that has ever been real. You're gliding from the paradox of freedom into the gentle rhythm of daily life, where the real work of Stoicism happens, not in grand gestures, but in small, practical rituals that build your anger-resistant mindset one day at a time. You notice how the world is full of triggers. The slow barista who seems to be making your coffee in slow motion. The noisy neighbor whose music vibrates through your walls at midnight. The endless stream of emails that flood your inbox just as you're trying to leave work. But tonight, you're armed with a toolkit of simple exercises, each one designed to help you spot the difference between what you can control and what you can't. These daily practices aren't complicated philosophical abstractions. They're concrete habits that gradually reshape your relationship with anger and frustration. Like a musician practicing scales or an athlete running drills, you're building the neural pathways that will serve you when emotions run high. The beauty of these practices lies in their simplicity and accessibility. You don't need special equipment, advanced training, or perfect conditions. You just need awareness and the willingness to pause, even for a moment, between stimulus and response. Mainstream historians agree that the Stoics, Epictetus included, were big fans of daily practice. They didn't just talk about philosophy, they lived it, turning abstract ideas into concrete habits that could withstand the pressures of daily life. The Greek word they used was askesis, meaning practical training or exercise, the same root that gives us the word ascetic. But unlike later ascetic traditions that emphasized withdrawal from worldly pleasures, Stoic practice was about engaging fully with life while maintaining inner freedom. Some scholars debate whether these rituals were more about self-discipline or self-care, but either way, they offered a way to anchor the mind in the present moment, far from the storms of anger and frustration. Morning reflection serves as the cornerstone of Stoic practice. Before the demands of the day crash in, you take a few minutes to prepare your mind for what's ahead. Marcus Aurelius, the emperor philosopher who studied Epictetus' teachings, began each day by reminding himself, "Today I shall meet people who are meddlesome, ungrateful, aggressive, treacherous, malicious, and unsocial." This wasn't pessimism, it was preparation. By anticipating challenges, you remove the element of surprise that often triggers anger. You acknowledge that difficult people and situations are normal parts of human experience, not personal affronts directed specifically at you. Your morning practice might be simpler, a few minutes to ask yourself, what's within my control today? You might identify potential triggers, the traffic on your commute, the difficult conversation with your boss, the family dinner with your opinionated relative, and remind yourself where your power truly lies. Not in controlling these external situations, but in choosing your response to them. This mental rehearsal creates a buffer between future provocations and your reactions, giving you precious seconds to choose wisdom over impulse when challenges arise. Here's a quirky tidbit that would have amused Epictetus. In ancient Rome, some philosophers would start their day by reciting a list of all the things that might go wrong. Lost sandals, spilled wine, surprise visits from in-laws. The practice was called premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils. and it served as a kind of emotional inoculation against the day's potential disappointments. By imagining difficulties in advance, they reduced the shock when things actually went awry. Imagine beginning your morning with, "Today my coffee might be cold, my train might be late, and my boss might forget my name, and that's okay." It sounds almost comical, but this practice has been validated by modern psychology, which confirms that anticipated stress has less impact than unexpected stress. Throughout the day, you can practice what the Stoics called the pause, that crucial moment between stimulus and response where freedom lives. When someone cuts you off in traffic, when a colleague takes credit for your work, when your phone battery dies just as you need to make an important call, you pause. In that brief space, you ask the question that changes everything. Is this within my control? This simple query acts as a sorting mechanism, helping you direct your energy toward what you can influence and away from what you cannot. The pause might last only seconds, but in that tiny gap lies the difference between reactive anger and responsive wisdom. The practice of perspective taking offers another powerful tool for your daily ritual. When someone's behavior frustrates you, try to imagine what might be happening in their world. The driver who cut you off might be rushing to the hospital. The colleague who missed a deadline might be dealing with a family crisis. The friend who forgot your birthday might be overwhelmed with their own struggles. This doesn't mean excusing genuinely harmful behavior, but it does mean recognizing that most people aren't acting with the specific intention of making your life difficult. They're caught in their own stories, just as you are in yours. Physical practices complement these mental exercises. The Stoics understood the connection between body and mind long before modern science confirmed it. Simple breathing techniques, like taking 3 deep breaths before responding to a provocative email, or establishing a regular meditation practice, help activate your parasympathetic nervous system, counteracting the stress response that fuels anger. Regular exercise provides an outlet for the physical energy that anger generates, while adequate sleep ensures your emotional regulation systems function optimally. These bodily practices aren't separate from Stoic philosophy. They're essential components of a comprehensive approach to emotional mastery. Evening reflection bookends your day, creating a natural rhythm of practice. Before sleep, you review the day's events, not to judge yourself harshly, but to learn and integrate the lessons offered. You might ask, where did I get caught trying to control the uncontrollable? Where did I successfully focus on my own responses instead? What can I learn from today that will help me tomorrow? This reflection isn't about perfectionism. It's about progress, about building self-awareness that gradually transforms your relationship with anger and frustration. You start to experiment right there in your bed. Maybe you try a morning reflection, asking yourself, what's within my control today? Or you end your day with a gratitude list, focusing on the moments when you chose calm over chaos. You might even adopt a mantra, something simple like, not mine to fix, or I choose my response, and repeat it whenever anger starts to bubble up. These practices might seem small, almost trivial, but their cumulative effect is profound. Like water gradually reshaping stone, they slowly transform your habitual reactions into chosen responses. The practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You begin to notice patterns in what triggers your anger, perhaps time pressure, feeling disrespected, or having your competence questioned. You develop personalized strategies for these specific triggers, like building extra time into your schedule if rushing tends to make you irritable, or preparing neutral responses for situations where you often feel defensive. This customization makes your practice more effective, addressing your particular challenges rather than applying generic solutions. Historians still argue whether these rituals are enough to change deep-seated habits or if they're just a starting point. Some scholars suggest that Stoic practices were meant to be supplemented by community support, philosophical friends who could offer perspective when your own vision became clouded by emotion. Others emphasize the importance of consistent practice over time, noting that Epictetus himself acknowledged that mastering anger was a lifelong journey, not a destination reached through a few weeks of diligent effort. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that every small act of mindfulness is a step toward a calmer, more resilient you. You're not just learning about Stoicism, you're living it, one gentle ritual at a time. The beauty of these practices lies in their portability and flexibility. You can practice the pause while stuck in traffic, apply perspective taking during a tense meeting, or use breathing techniques while waiting in a long checkout line. Unlike many self-improvement approaches that require special conditions or significant time commitments, Stoic practices integrate seamlessly into ordinary life. In fact, they work best in the midst of real challenges, not in the artificial calm of retreat settings. Each frustration becomes an opportunity to strengthen your practice, each trigger a chance to choose your response. You might even find a little humor in the process. Maybe you imagine Epictetus scribbling his daily reflections on a wax tablet, or Seneca counting to 100 before responding to a snarky letter from a political rival. Or you picture yourself pausing before you hit send on that angry email, taking a deep breath and choosing a more measured response. This gentle amusement helps lighten what might otherwise feel like serious work, reminding you that even the most revered philosophers were human, facing the same daily irritations and emotional challenges that you do. The social dimension of practice adds another layer to your ritual. While much of Stoic practice happens internally, sharing your journey with others can provide support, accountability, and perspective. You might discuss these principles with a friend, join a study group focused on practical philosophy, or simply model calm responses in your interactions, creating ripples that extend beyond your individual practice. The Stoics themselves formed communities of practice, recognizing that wisdom develops more readily in conversation than in isolation. Technology offers both challenges and opportunities for your daily practice. On one hand, digital devices create new triggers for frustration, glitchy software, endless notifications, the pressure of constant connectivity. On the other hand, apps for meditation, journaling, and breathing exercises can support your Stoic practice, providing structure and reminders for your daily rituals. The key is approaching technology mindfully, using it as a tool for your practice, rather than allowing it to become another source of reactive anger. As you drift towards sleep, you realize that the real power of Stoicism isn't in grand declarations or dramatic transformations. It's in the quiet, consistent practice of focusing on what you can control, letting go of what you can't, and building a life that's a little lighter, a little calmer, and a lot more peaceful. One day, one breath, one ritual at a time. These practices don't promise to eliminate all anger or frustration from your life. That would be unrealistic and perhaps not even desirable. What they offer instead is a way to relate to these emotions differently, to experience them without being controlled by them, to feel fully without suffering unnecessarily. The journey of Stoic practice isn't linear. There will be days when you forget to pause, when you get caught in trying to control the uncontrollable, when anger seems to arise and take over before you even notice it happening. But each return to practice, each recognition of where you got caught, each gentle beginning again, these are not failures, but essential parts of the path. The Stoics understood that wisdom comes not from perfect performance, but from continuous engagement with life's challenges, not from avoiding mistakes, but from learning from them. As your consciousness begins to fade toward sleep, you carry with you this simple truth. The path to mastering anger isn't found in grand philosophical theories or dramatic life changes. It's found in small, daily choices. The choice to pause before reacting, to question your judgments, to focus on what you can control, to practice perspective taking, to reflect on your experiences. These humble rituals, practiced consistently over time, gradually transform your relationship with anger from one of reactivity and suffering to one of choice and wisdom. And in that transformation lies not just personal peace, but the foundation for a life lived with integrity, purpose, and genuine connection to others. You're gliding from the comfort of daily rituals into the subtle, ever-present current of your own thoughts, the place where the language you use shapes the world you experience. You notice how quickly your mind spins stories, how easily a single word can turn a minor inconvenience into a full-blown crisis, how the very vocabulary you employ in your internal dialogue either fuels anger or dissolves it. Epictetus would remind you that the words you choose, even in your own head, are powerful tools for shaping your reality. And perhaps more importantly, they represent one of the few things in life over which you have complete sovereignty. This internal conversation runs continuously, a stream of commentary, judgment, and interpretation that colors every experience. Most people never pay attention to this background chatter, assuming it's simply how they think, rather than recognizing it as a collection of habits that can be examined and transformed. The Stoics understood that our relationship with language, both the words we speak and the ones we think, directly influences our emotional state and our capacity for wisdom. They recognize that changing your internal vocabulary could literally change your life, not through magical thinking, but through the practical impact of how different words orient your mind toward different possibilities. Consider how dramatically your experience shifts when you replace certain phrases in your mental vocabulary. Instead of thinking, "This always happens to me," you might think, "This is happening now." The first phrase creates a narrative of victimhood and permanence, while the second simply acknowledges present reality without the overlay of past conditioning or future projection. Instead of, "I can't handle this," you might think, "This is challenging, and I'm figuring out how to respond." The difference isn't just semantic, it's the difference between a mindset that generates helplessness and one that generates agency. The Stoics, Epictetus included, paid close attention to what they called the discourse of control, language that clearly distinguishes between what belongs to you and what doesn't. They developed specific linguistic practices designed to reinforce this crucial distinction in daily speech and thought. When describing events, they practiced using precise language that separated external occurrences from their internal responses. Rather than saying, "He made me angry," they might say, "He behaved in a certain way, and I chose to feel angry about it." This subtle shift in language reflects a profound shift in understanding, from seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances to recognizing yourself as the author of your responses. Mainstream historians agree that the Stoics, Epictetus included, believed that the way you talk to yourself, your internal dialogue, can either fuel anger or dissolve it. They understood that language isn't just a tool for communication with others. It's the medium through which you construct your understanding of reality. The words you use to describe events, people, and situations literally shape your emotional response to them. Some scholars debate whether this focus on language is a form of self-deception or a genuine path to clarity, but modern cognitive science strongly supports the Stoic insight that linguistic patterns directly influence emotional patterns. The research is compelling. Studies show that people who use more precise emotional vocabulary, distinguishing between frustration, irritation, annoyance, and rage, rather than lumping everything under anger, demonstrate better emotional regulation. This phenomenon, called emotional granularity, allows for more nuanced and appropriate responses to different situations. When you can distinguish between feeling mildly irritated and genuinely angry, you can calibrate your response accordingly rather than treating every minor frustration as a major crisis. Here's a quirky tidbit that illustrates the power of linguistic precision. In ancient Rome, some philosophers would practice speaking in riddles or paradoxes as a way to train their minds to see things from different angles, to avoid the trap of automatic, habitual thinking. They understood that unusual language patterns could disrupt mental routines and create space for new perspectives. Imagine starting your day with a riddle instead of a complaint. What is within my grasp, but never in my hand? Epictetus would probably smile and say, "Your own attitude." This playful approach to language reminds us that our word choices don't have to be serious or solemn to be transformative. The vocabulary of control becomes particularly important when describing your relationship to external events. Notice the difference between "I have to" and "I choose to." Even when options are limited, the language of choice reinforces your agency rather than your victimhood. "I have to go to this meeting" suggests compulsion and resentment, while "I choose to attend this meeting" acknowledges that even in constrained circumstances, you retain the power of response. This isn't denial of difficult realities. It's recognition that how you frame those realities affects your experience of them. The Stoics also paid attention to temporal language, the way we speak about time and its relationship to our concerns. They noticed that much suffering comes from dwelling in the past, "I should have," or projecting into the future, "what if." They developed linguistic practices to anchor attention in the present moment, using phrases like "right now" and "in this moment" to counteract the mind's tendency to escape into regret or anxiety. When anger arises, it's often connected to past grievances or future fears rather than present realities. Language that brings you back to the current moment, what is actually happening now, can deflate anger's power by removing the temporal projections that feed it. You start to experiment right there in your bed. the next time frustration bubbles up, you listen to the words running through your mind. Are you saying, "This always happens to me"? Or, "I can't handle this"? You pause and you try a different phrase. "This is outside my control, but my response is mine to choose." You notice how the tension softens, how the anger loses its edge when you use language that accurately reflects the situation rather than dramatizing it. The words themselves become tools of liberation, small keys that unlock you from unnecessary suffering. This practice extends beyond crisis moments into everyday speech patterns. The Stoics recommended avoiding exaggerated language that amplifies emotions unnecessarily. Instead of describing a delay as terrible or awful, you might simply call it inconvenient. Rather than saying someone's behavior was outrageous, you might describe it as unexpected or unhelpful. This isn't about minimizing genuine problems, but about using language that accurately reflects reality rather than inflating it with emotional hyperbole. The vocabulary of ownership provides another crucial linguistic tool. The Stoics were careful to distinguish between what they owned, their thoughts, choices, and responses, and what they merely encountered, other people's behavior, external events, outcomes. They would say, "My judgment about this situation," rather than simply, "this situation," reminding themselves that their interpretation was their own creation rather than an objective feature of reality. They spoke of "my response to their behavior" rather than "their behavior," keeping clear about where their responsibility lay. Historians still argue whether the Stoic focus on language is enough to change deep-seated emotional habits, or if it's just the first step on a longer journey. Critics point out that changing words without changing underlying beliefs might be superficial, while defenders argue that language and belief are so intertwined that shifting one inevitably affects the other. Modern therapeutic approaches like cognitive behavioral therapy have validated the Stoic insight that examining and changing thought patterns, including the specific words used in those patterns, can significantly improve emotional well-being. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that every time you change your internal dialogue, you reclaim a little more peace. You're not just surviving your thoughts, you're shaping them, one gentle word at a time. The process isn't about positive thinking or denial of difficult realities. It's about accuracy, using language that reflects what's actually happening rather than your fears, assumptions, or habitual interpretations of what's happening. The practice becomes more sophisticated as you continue. You begin to notice not just obvious, inflammatory language, but subtle word choices that create unnecessary stress. The difference between "I must" and "I'd prefer to," between "they should" and "I wish they would," between "this is impossible" and "this is challenging." Each small shift in language represents a small shift in perspective, and these micro adjustments accumulate over time into significant changes in your overall relationship with difficulty. The language of possibility offers another dimension to explore. Instead of "I'll never be able to handle this," you might think, "I'm learning how to handle this," rather than "nothing ever works out." You could try "some things work out differently than expected." These shifts don't deny the reality of challenges or disappointments, but they open space for growth, learning, and adaptation rather than closing it off with finality and despair. Even your language about emotions themselves affects your experience of them.
Instead of I am angry, you might think I'm experiencing anger or anger is arising. This subtle shift creates psychological distance between your identity and your emotional state, reminding you that emotions are temporary experiences rather than permanent features of who you are. You're not an angry person having a normal experience. You're a whole person having an angry moment, and moments pass. You might even find a little humor in the process. Maybe you imagine Epictetus correcting your grammar as you complain about the weather, or Seneca offering a witty alternative to your catastrophic interpretations. Or you picture yourself catching a negative thought mid-sentence and swapping it for something more accurate, more helpful, or simply more interesting. This playful relationship with language prevents the practice from becoming rigid or self-critical, maintaining the lightness that makes sustainable change possible. The social dimension of language adds another layer to consider. The words you use in conversation with others not only reflect your internal state, but also influence it. When you complain extensively about things beyond your control, you rehearse and reinforce those patterns of thinking. When you speak about challenges in terms of what you can influence rather than what you can't, you strengthen more empowering mental habits. This doesn't mean suppressing all complaints or pretending everything is fine. It means choosing language that acknowledges difficulties without amplifying them unnecessarily. Professional communication offers rich opportunities to practice Stoic language principles. Instead of saying, the client is being impossible, you might say, the client has requests I'm trying to understand. Rather than, this project is a disaster, you could frame it as, this project has challenges I'm working to address. These linguistic shifts often improve not just your own mood, but also your effectiveness in solving problems, since they orient your mind toward solutions rather than away from them. The language of time becomes particularly important when dealing with setbacks or disappointments. Instead of, I wasted my time, you might think, I invested time in learning what doesn't work. Rather than, I'm behind schedule, you could consider, I'm adjusting my timeline based on new information. This isn't about spinning negative situations into positive ones, but about using language that maintains your sense of agency and forward momentum rather than undermining it. As you drift towards sleep, you realize that the language of control isn't just about what you say, it's about what you believe, and beliefs shape reality through the actions they inspire. The more you practice speaking and thinking in ways that accurately reflect what you can and cannot control, the more natural it becomes to focus your energy appropriately. Language becomes not just a description of your experience, but a tool for creating the experience you want to have. The transformation is gradual but profound. You begin to notice that certain phrases automatically generate stress, while others promote calm. You develop sensitivity to the emotional impact of different word choices, like a musician becoming attuned to how different notes affect the overall harmony. This awareness gives you conscious choice about the internal soundtrack of your life, the ongoing narrative that either supports your well-being or undermines it. The practice extends into your relationship with uncertainty itself. Instead of, I don't know what's going to happen, you might think, I'm curious about what will unfold. Rather than, everything is out of control, you could try, many things are beyond my control, and I'm focusing on what isn't. These linguistic adjustments
don't eliminate uncertainty. They change your relationship with it, transforming it from a source of anxiety into an opportunity for growth and discovery. As consciousness begins to fade, you carry with you this understanding. Words are not just sounds or symbols, but tools of transformation. The language you use in the privacy of your own mind creates the emotional atmosphere in which you live. By choosing words that reflect wisdom rather than reactivity, accuracy rather than drama, agency rather than victimhood, you gradually reshape not just how you think about your life, but how you experience it. And in that reshaping lies a freedom that no external circumstance can touch, the freedom to narrate your own experience in ways that serve your highest good rather than your deepest fears. The journey continues with each word, each thought, each moment of conscious choice about how to frame the endless stream of experiences that make up a human life. You're not just learning new vocabulary, you're discovering that the words you choose have the power to liberate you from unnecessary suffering and connect you more deeply with what matters most. In the end, perhaps the most profound freedom isn't the ability to control what happens to you, but the ability to control how you speak to yourself about what happens to you. And that conversation, that ongoing internal dialogue, remains forever and completely within your power to shape. You're gliding from the gentle current of your thoughts into the vast, open world outside your window, a world where nature quietly demonstrates the wisdom of acceptance day after day. You notice how the trees bend in the wind without breaking, how rivers carve their way around obstacles rather than fighting them head on, how the sun rises and sets without complaint or resistance, following ancient rhythms that predate human civilization by billions of years. Epictetus would nudge you to pay attention here, to see that nature itself is the ultimate Stoic teacher, embracing what it cannot control and thriving all the same, offering lessons in resilience that no human philosopher could improve upon. The natural world operates according to principles that perfectly embody Stoic wisdom, though it does so without conscious intention or philosophical study. A tree doesn't rage against the storm that bends its branches. It flexes and yields, allowing the wind to pass through and around it. After the tempest subsides, it returns to its upright position, perhaps scarred, but still rooted, still growing toward the light. This isn't passive submission. It's intelligent adaptation, the kind of dynamic response that preserves life while honoring the reality of forces beyond individual control. Mainstream historians agree that the Stoics often looked to nature for guidance, seeing in its rhythms and cycles a model for human resilience that transcended cultural conditioning and personal preference. They observed that natural systems don't waste energy fighting against unchangeable conditions, but instead find ways to work with those conditions to achieve their essential purposes. The seasons change according to their own schedule. Storms come and go, following atmospheric laws, and yet life continues, adapting and enduring through it all. Some scholars debate whether the Stoics' reverence for nature was purely philosophical or if it reflected a deeper spiritual connection to the world around them. But either way, the lesson is clear. Acceptance is not weakness. It's wisdom in action, the fundamental intelligence that allows life to persist through constant change. Consider how a river teaches the art of persistence without resistance. When it encounters a boulder in its path, It doesn't beat itself against the stone in futile anger. Instead, it flows around the obstacle, following the path of least resistance while maintaining its essential direction toward the sea. Over time, the gentle but persistent flow of water can carve through solid rock, not through force, but through patient consistency. The river demonstrates that yielding in the moment can serve longer-term purposes, that working with reality rather than against it often accomplishes more than direct confrontation. The ocean provides another profound example of Stoic principles in action. Its tides ebb and flow according to lunar cycles, completely beyond any individual wave's control. Yet each wave participates in this larger rhythm without protest. Storms may rage across the surface, creating turbulence and chaos, but beneath the disturbance lies a vast stillness, a depth that remains unaffected by surface conditions. The ocean teaches that you can be fully engaged with life's storms while maintaining an inner stability that no external turbulence can disturb. Here's a quirky tidbit that connects ancient observation with modern science. In ancient Greece, some philosophers believed that observing the flight patterns of birds could reveal hidden truths about fate and fortune, a practice called augury that influenced political and personal decisions throughout the classical world. They watched how birds navigated changing weather, how they adjusted their course without losing their essential direction, how they used air currents rather than fighting against them. Imagine starting your day by watching pigeons on a power line, searching for signs of what's to come in their effortless adaptation to urban environments. Epictetus, ever the pragmatist, would probably just smile and remind you that the birds do what birds do, regardless of your plans. But their example of graceful adaptation to changing conditions offers wisdom worth noting. The study of animal behavior reveals countless examples of what modern scientists call adaptive flexibility, the ability to modify behavior in response to changing circumstances while maintaining essential survival functions. Migrating birds alter their routes based on weather patterns without losing their destination. Wolves adjust their hunting strategies based on prey availability without abandoning their pack structure. Even plants demonstrate this principle, turning their leaves toward sunlight and extending their roots toward water, responding to environmental cues while maintaining their essential nature. These examples from the natural world validate the Stoic insight that adaptation and acceptance are signs of intelligence, not passivity. Trees offer perhaps the most profound lessons in patient acceptance, combined with steady growth. A mighty oak doesn't reach its full height in a single season, nor does it attempt to rush its growth cycle to match human timelines. It responds to each season appropriately, leafing out in spring, growing vigorously in summer, releasing leaves in autumn, resting in winter, following natural rhythms that have sustained its species for millions of years. The tree demonstrates that accepting natural timing doesn't mean abandoning growth. It means growing at the pace that serves long-term flourishing rather than immediate gratification. Forest ecosystems reveal the wisdom of interdependence and mutual support within a framework of accepting what cannot be controlled. When a tree falls, the forest doesn't mourn the loss or rage against the wind that caused it. Instead, the fallen trunk becomes habitat for insects, nutrients for soil, and eventually foundation for new growth. The forest demonstrates that even apparent disasters can serve larger purposes when viewed within a broader context of time and interconnection. What seems like destruction from one perspective becomes transformation from another. You start to experiment right there in your bed. The next time frustration bubbles up, you picture yourself as a river, flowing around rocks instead of crashing against them. You imagine the patience of a tree, standing firm through storms and droughts, never demanding that the weather change to suit its needs, but adapting its responses to whatever conditions arise. You realize that nature's greatest strength is its willingness to adapt, to accept what comes, and to keep growing anyway, not in spite of changing conditions, but because of them, using challenges as opportunities for developing resilience and creativity. The practice becomes more nuanced as you observe specific natural phenomena and extract their philosophical lessons. Watch how a cat responds to a closed door. It might try the handle once or twice, but if the door doesn't open, it simply finds another route or settles down to wait. There's no extended tantrum, no prolonged resistance to the reality of the closed door. The cat accepts what is while remaining alert to what might become possible. This demonstrates a kind of practical wisdom that humans often complicate with stories about what should be happening instead of what is happening. Consider how plants respond to obstacles in their growth path. A seed that sprouts under a sidewalk doesn't give up because concrete blocks its way. It finds the smallest crack and grows through it, or it redirects its energy to grow around the obstacle. The plant doesn't waste energy on resentment about the unfairness of concrete barriers. It simply adapts its strategy while maintaining its essential drive toward light and growth. This biological wisdom offers a template for human resilience. Acknowledge obstacles without being defeated by them. Find creative ways to work within constraints while maintaining your essential direction. Weather patterns demonstrate another aspect of natural acceptance. A thunderstorm doesn't apologize for disrupting picnic plans, nor does it attempt to modify its timing to accommodate human preferences. It follows atmospheric laws, building energy until conditions are right for release, then moving on without attachment to the effects it has created. The storm teaches that some forces are simply too large for individual influence, and that wisdom lies in preparation and appropriate response, rather than in futile attempts at control. Seasonal cycles offer profound lessons in the naturalness of change and the wisdom of aligning with larger rhythms rather than resisting them. Spring doesn't arrive because winter gets tired of being cold. It comes when conditions are right for new growth. Autumn leaves don't cling to branches because they fear falling. They release when their biological purpose has been fulfilled. Each season serves its function within a larger cycle that has operated successfully for eons without human management or improvement. The seasons teach that change is not only inevitable, but necessary, that holding on beyond natural timing creates stagnation, and that letting go at the appropriate moment enables new beginnings. Historians still argue whether the Stoic focus on nature is a call to retreat from society or an invitation to find harmony within it. Some scholars suggest that too much emphasis on natural metaphors might lead to fatalistic acceptance of injustice or passivity in the face of problems that human action could solve. Others contend that learning from nature's wisdom about working with reality rather than against it actually enhances effectiveness in human affairs. providing strategies for persistence and adaptation that serve both individual well-being and collective progress. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that the world outside your window is full of quiet teachers, each one showing you how to let go of what you can't control and find peace in the flow of life as it actually unfolds rather than as you wish it would unfold. The geological perspective offers perhaps the most profound lessons in the power of patient persistence. Mountains rise and fall over millions of years, carved by forces so gradual that they're invisible to human perception, yet so persistent that they reshape entire continents. The Grand Canyon wasn't created by catastrophic force, but by the patient flow of water over vast periods of time. These examples remind us that the most dramatic changes often happen through consistent application of gentle pressure rather than through intense but brief effort. The earth teaches that transformation occurs at its own pace, following laws that operate beyond human preference or impatience. Even in apparently destructive natural events, there's wisdom to be found about acceptance and renewal. Forest fires, while devastating in the short term, often clear undergrowth that prevents healthy forest regeneration and create conditions for new growth. Volcanic eruptions destroy existing landscapes, but also create the most fertile soils on Earth. Earthquakes may level human structures, but they also release tectonic pressure that, if accumulated indefinitely, would create even greater instability. Nature demonstrates that what appears destructive from a limited perspective may serve essential functions within larger systems and longer time frames. You might even find a little humor in the process. Maybe you imagine Epictetus chatting with a squirrel about the unpredictability of acorn supplies, discussing the wisdom of gathering what you can while accepting that winter will come regardless of your preparation level. Or you picture Seneca composing a letter to a particularly stubborn cloud, gently suggesting that its rain would be more welcome tomorrow than today. Or you envision yourself taking a deep breath and letting the world be as it is, just for tonight, finding peace in the recognition that you're part of something much larger than your individual preferences and plans. The practice of learning from nature extends beyond observation into active participation. Gardening offers hands-on lessons in working with conditions rather than against them, understanding soil conditions, seasonal timing, and plant needs rather than trying to force growth according to your schedule. Hiking teaches patience with your own physical limitations and adaptation to changing trail conditions. Even simple activities like watching clouds or listening to rain can become forms of meditation on acceptance, reminding you that beauty often emerges from surrendering to what is rather than insisting on what should be. As you drift towards sleep, you realize that nature's lessons are always available, always patient, always ready to remind you that acceptance is not surrender. It's the beginning of true freedom. The wind doesn't ask permission to blow. The seasons don't apologize for changing. And the stars don't dim their light because clouds temporarily obscure them. Each natural phenomenon demonstrates that working with reality rather than against it isn't giving up. It's growing up, developing the kind of mature wisdom that recognizes limits while fully exercising available possibilities. The natural world offers a constant reminder that you're part of something infinitely larger than your individual concerns, connected to systems and cycles that have operated successfully long before you arrived and will continue long after you're gone. This perspective doesn't diminish human significance, but places it in proper context, revealing that your deepest fulfillment comes not from controlling your environment, but from finding your appropriate place within it, contributing your unique gifts, while accepting the constraints and opportunities that define your particular moment in the vast unfolding of existence. In the gentle rhythm of your breathing, in the steady beat of your heart, in the automatic functions that sustain your life without conscious effort, you carry nature's wisdom within your own body. Even in sleep, you practice the art of letting go, surrendering conscious control to allow restoration and renewal to occur. As consciousness fades, you rest in the knowledge that the same intelligence that guides the stars in their courses and the seasons in their cycles also operates within you, offering the possibility of living with grace rather than resistance, with wisdom rather than worry, with trust rather than the exhausting effort of trying to manage what was never yours to control in the first place. The deepest teaching of nature may be this, that peace comes not from getting what you want, but from wanting what you get, not in the sense of passive resignation, but in the active appreciation of reality as it presents itself, finding in each moment exactly what you need for the next step of your growth. And in that alignment between desire and reality, between preference and acceptance, lies the serene strength that has sustained life through countless changes and will continue to do so long after your particular worries have dissolved into the vast, patient wisdom of the earth itself. You're gliding from the quiet wisdom of nature into the heart of your own courage, the kind that doesn't roar, but whispers gently in the face of life's challenges. You notice how easy it is to brace against the world, to armor yourself with anger when things don't go your way, to meet uncertainty with rigid resistance rather than flexible strength. But Epictetus would remind you that true courage isn't about fighting what you can't control. It's about having the bravery to accept it, to meet each moment with an open heart and a steady mind, to face the unknown with curiosity rather than fear. This kind of courage runs counter to many cultural narratives about strength and heroism. We're often told that courage means never backing down, never giving up, always fighting against the odds. But the Stoics understood a different kind of bravery, one that recognizes when fighting is futile and when acceptance is the most courageous response possible. It takes tremendous strength to look at a situation clearly, acknowledge what you cannot change, and then pour your energy into what you can influence instead of wasting it on impossible battles. The courage to accept doesn't mean becoming passive or indifferent. It means developing the wisdom to distinguish between situations that call for action and those that call for acceptance, between problems that can be solved and conditions that must be endured. This discernment itself requires courage because it forces you to confront the limits of your power, to acknowledge that despite your best efforts and deepest desires, some things will remain forever beyond your control. Mainstream historians agree that the Stoics, Epictetus among them, saw acceptance not as weakness, but as the highest form of bravery. It takes genuine strength to stand calmly in the storm and trust that you'll find your footing, to remain centered when everything around you seems to be spinning out of control. Some scholars debate whether this kind of courage is innate or learned, whether it's a gift you're born with or a skill you build one choice at a time through repeated practice in small moments of difficulty. But the evidence is clear. Those who practice acceptance consistently are often the ones who weather life's storms with the most grace, who maintain their integrity under pressure, and who emerge from challenges with their essential selves intact. The courage to accept manifests differently in various life circumstances, but it always involves the same fundamental choice: to work with reality as it is, rather than exhausting yourself fighting against what cannot be changed. In relationships, this might mean accepting that you cannot control another person's feelings, choices, or responses to you. You can influence others through your own behavior, through kindness, consistency, and clear communication. But ultimately, their hearts and minds remain their own territory. The courage lies in loving and caring without attachment to specific outcomes, in offering your best self without guarantees of reciprocation. In health challenges, the courage to accept might involve acknowledging a diagnosis you cannot change while focusing your energy on the aspects of your well-being that remain within your influence. You cannot control genetics, accidents, or the aging process, but you can control how you respond to physical limitations, what treatments you choose to pursue, and how you decide to spend the time and energy available to you. This isn't about giving up on healing or improvement. It's about directing your efforts toward what can actually be influenced rather than raging against biological realities. Here's a quirky tidbit that illustrates the unexpected places where courage can be found. In ancient Rome, some soldiers would carry tiny carved lions as talismans, hoping to borrow a bit of the animal's legendary bravery before heading into battle. The irony is that real lions demonstrate the courage of acceptance more often than the courage of aggression. They rest when tired, hunt when hungry, and accept the rhythms of their environment rather than fighting against them. Imagine slipping a little lion into your pocket before a tough conversation or a big presentation. Epictetus would probably just smile and remind you that the real lion lives in your willingness to accept what you can't change while courageously acting on what you can. The workplace provides countless opportunities to practice the courage of acceptance. When you're passed over for a promotion despite excellent work, when organizational changes eliminate your position, when company politics override merit in decision-making, you face a choice: waste energy raging against systems you cannot control, or courageously focus on what remains within your power. This might mean accepting that this particular workplace doesn't value what you offer, while having the courage to seek opportunities elsewhere. It might mean acknowledging that you cannot control management decisions while maintaining your professional integrity and work quality, regardless of external recognition. Career setbacks often require the deepest kind of courage, the bravery to accept that one path has closed while remaining open to new possibilities. When industries change, when skills become obsolete, when economic conditions shift in ways that affect your livelihood, you can spend years fighting against these macro-level changes, or you can courageously adapt to new realities. This doesn't mean passively accepting poor treatment or giving up on professional growth. It means having the wisdom to distinguish between changeable and unchangeable factors, then investing your energy accordingly. The courage to accept becomes particularly challenging when facing loss. The death of loved ones, the end of relationships, the dissolution of dreams you've nurtured for years. Grief often includes a component of protest, a part of us that refuses to accept what has happened, that continues to bargain with reality or rage against fate. The courage lies not in suppressing these natural responses, but in gradually allowing them to transform into acceptance without losing the love or meaning that made the loss significant. You cannot bring back what's gone, but you can choose how to honor it and how to continue living in ways that reflect what mattered most about what you've lost. Financial challenges offer another arena where the courage of acceptance proves essential. Economic downturns, job losses, unexpected expenses, and market fluctuations operate according to forces far larger than individual control. You can make wise decisions with the information available, live within your means, and save for the future, but you cannot guarantee specific financial outcomes. The courage lies in accepting economic uncertainty while taking responsible action within your sphere of influence, adjusting your lifestyle when necessary, seeking new opportunities when possible, and maintaining your values regardless of your financial circumstances. You start to experiment right there in your bed. The next time you feel resistance rising, when plans fall apart, when someone disappoints you, when the world refuses to play by your rules, you pause and ask yourself, what would courage look like right now? Maybe it's taking a deep breath and letting go of your attachment to a specific outcome. Maybe it's choosing kindness over anger when someone's behavior frustrates you, or patience over frustration when progress happens more slowly than you'd prefer. You realize that every act of acceptance is an act of courage, a quiet declaration that you trust yourself to handle whatever comes, that you have the inner resources to adapt and respond wisely, regardless of external circumstances. This courage isn't dramatic or showy. It doesn't announce itself with fanfare or demand recognition from others. It's the quiet strength that allows you to remain yourself when everything around you is changing, the steady presence that others can rely on precisely because it doesn't depend on favorable conditions. It's the courage of the oak tree that bends in the storm rather than breaking, the courage of the river that finds its way to the sea regardless of obstacles, the courage of the mountain that stands firm through countless seasons of weather. The practice becomes more nuanced as you develop this courage over time. You begin to distinguish between different types of acceptance. There's the acceptance that comes from exhaustion after fighting futile battles, the acceptance that emerges from wisdom after learning hard lessons, and the acceptance that arises from love and trust in the larger processes of life. The first type might feel like defeat, but the second and third feel like liberation, like coming home to a truth you've always known, but perhaps forgotten in the midst of struggle. Historians still argue whether the Stoic path is too demanding, whether it asks too much of ordinary people living ordinary lives with normal human emotions and desires. Critics suggest that the constant call to acceptance might lead to passivity in the face of injustice or resignation in the face of problems that could be solved through persistent effort. Defenders counter that true acceptance actually enhances effectiveness by helping you focus your energy where it can make a difference, rather than dispersing it in futile resistance to unchangeable realities. But as you settle deeper into the night, You realize that courage isn't about grand gestures or heroic feats. It's about meeting each moment as it is, without flinching, without fighting against what's already true, and without letting fear or anger steal your peace. The courage to accept also transforms your relationship with uncertainty itself. Instead of viewing the unknown as a threat to be controlled or eliminated, you begin to see it as the natural condition of existence, the space where possibilities live and growth occurs. This shift requires tremendous bravery because it means releasing the illusion of security that comes from believing you can predict and control future outcomes. But in that release, you discover a different kind of security, the confidence that comes from knowing you can handle whatever arises, not because you can control it, but because you have the inner resources to respond wisely. Physical pain and illness provide some of the most challenging opportunities to practice this courage. When your body doesn't function as you wish, when chronic conditions limit your activities, when aging brings changes you cannot reverse, you face the choice between bitter resistance or graceful adaptation. The courage lies not in pretending that limitations don't matter or that pain isn't real, but in accepting these realities while continuing to find meaning, purpose, and joy within whatever constraints exist. Some of history's most inspiring figures have demonstrated this courage, creating rich and meaningful lives despite physical challenges that might seem overwhelming from the outside. The social and political dimensions of acceptance require their own form of courage. When institutions fail to reflect your values, when political outcomes disappoint you, when social changes happen more slowly than justice demands, you can spend years frustrated by the gap between your ideals and current reality. The courage of acceptance doesn't mean abandoning your principles or stopping your efforts toward positive change. It means releasing attachment to specific timelines and outcomes while continuing to act according to your values. You work for what you believe in, not because you can guarantee success, but because the work itself reflects who you choose to be, regardless of results. You might even find a little humor in the process. Maybe you imagine Epictetus facing a particularly stubborn donkey on a mountain path, taking a deep breath and saying, "Well, I can't control the donkey, but I can control my patience and perhaps my route." Or you picture yourself facing a day full of unknowns, carrying your invisible lion of courage and whispering, "I've got this," not because you know how everything will turn out, but because you trust your ability to respond wisely to whatever unfolds. The courage to accept deepens as you recognize that acceptance and action aren't opposites. They're partners in a wise approach to living. You accept the reality of current conditions while taking appropriate action to influence what can be influenced. You accept other people as they are while still maintaining healthy boundaries. You accept that you cannot control outcomes while still bringing your best effort to worthwhile endeavors. This integration of acceptance and engagement represents the maturation of courage from reactive fighting to responsive wisdom. The practice extends into your relationship with your own past, requiring the courage to accept choices you've made, mistakes you've committed, and opportunities you've missed. This doesn't mean approving of everything you've done or ceasing to learn from past errors, but it does mean releasing the futile wish that history could be different. The energy you've been spending on regret, guilt, or wishful thinking about the past becomes available for present choices and future possibilities when you courageously accept what has already happened as the foundation for what comes next. As you drift towards sleep, you realize that the courage to accept is the foundation of a peaceful mind. It's not about giving up on your dreams or abandoning your efforts to create positive change. It's about showing up fully to each moment without the armor of resistance that actually makes you more vulnerable to disappointment and anger. When you courageously accept what is, you create space for what could be, allowing life to unfold with less friction and more grace. The transformation happens gradually, almost imperceptibly. You notice that challenges that once seemed overwhelming now feel manageable, not because they've become easier, but because you've become more skilled at distinguishing between what you can and cannot control. You develop what might be called relaxed alertness, remaining fully engaged with life while holding outcomes lightly, caring deeply while accepting whatever results from your caring. This courage isn't something you either have or don't have. It's something you cultivate through repeated practice in small moments of difficulty. Each time you choose acceptance over resistance, each time you focus on your response rather than demanding that circumstances be different, each time you meet uncertainty with curiosity rather than anxiety, you strengthen this essential capacity. The courage to accept becomes a habit, a natural response that emerges automatically when challenges arise. As consciousness begins to fade toward sleep, you carry with you this profound understanding. The courage to accept what you cannot control isn't the end of your power. It's the beginning of your freedom. In releasing the impossible burden of managing the unmanageable, you discover the vast territory where your influence is real and your choices matter. And in that discovery lies not just personal peace, but the foundation for a life lived with authenticity, integrity, and the quiet confidence that comes from knowing exactly where your true strength lies, not in controlling the world around you, but in mastering the world within you, one courageous moment of acceptance at a time. You're gliding from the quiet courage of acceptance into the deepest sanctuary of your mind, a place where peace is not just a fleeting visitor, but a gentle, constant presence. The world outside grows softer, the edges of your worries blur, and you realize that the journey you've taken tonight has brought you to the heart of Stoic tranquility. Epictetus would remind you that this peace isn't something you find by accident. It's something you create moment by moment by choosing where to place your attention and energy, by distinguishing between what truly belongs to you and what doesn't. This inner sanctuary exists within you always, though it's often obscured by the noise of daily life, the endless stream of notifications, the pressure of deadlines, the complicated dance of relationships, the constant barrage of news and information competing for your limited attention. Yet beneath this surface turbulence lies a stillness that remains accessible whenever you remember to look for it, a quiet center that no external circumstance can disturb unless you grant it that power. The Stoics understood that tranquility isn't dependent on perfect conditions, but on perfect discernment about what truly matters. Mainstream historians agree that the Stoics, Epictetus foremost among them, saw tranquility as the highest good, a state where anger, fear, and frustration lose their grip, and you are free to meet life as it comes, rather than as you demand it should be. They called this state ataraxia, freedom from disturbance, not because disturbances don't occur, but because you've learned to distinguish between events themselves and your judgments about them. Some scholars debate whether this kind of peace is sustainable in a world as unpredictable as ours, or if it's just a fleeting respite between storms. But the evidence, both ancient and modern, suggests that the more you practice the dichotomy of control, the more often you find yourself returning to this place of calm, regardless of external circumstances. The peaceful mind isn't an empty mind, devoid of thoughts or feelings. It's a mind that has learned to relate differently to its own contents, to observe thoughts without being controlled by them, to experience emotions without being overwhelmed by them. It's a mind that has developed what modern psychologists might call metacognitive awareness, the ability to witness your own mental processes rather than being completely identified with them. This capacity creates a crucial space between stimulus and response, between what happens and how you choose to interpret and react to it. Here's a quirky tidbit. In ancient Rome, some philosophers believed that sleeping with a small figurine of Hypnos, the god of sleep, would bring especially restful nights and peaceful dreams. These little statues were popular among the educated elite, who placed them beside their beds as reminders to release the day's concerns before entering sleep. Imagine tucking a tiny statue under your pillow, hoping for dreams as peaceful as a Stoic's mind. Epictetus, ever the minimalist, would probably just suggest a few moments of honest reflection and a gentle reminder that peace is always within reach, requiring no external aids or rituals. The path to this peaceful mind isn't through suppression or denial of life's challenges. The Stoics weren't advocating emotional numbness or detachment from the world's suffering. Rather, they suggested a different relationship with difficulty, one based on clear seeing and a wise response, rather than reactive resistance. When you stop fighting against what you cannot change, you discover energy you didn't know you had, attention that was previously consumed by futile struggle, and creativity that was blocked by rigid expectations about how things should be. You start to experiment right there in your bed. The next time a worry tries to sneak in, you pause and ask yourself, is this within my control? If the answer is no, you let it drift away, like a leaf on a quiet stream. You notice how your breath slows, how your muscles soften, how your mind grows quieter, with each gentle choice to focus on what you can influence and release what you cannot. You realize that peace isn't the absence of problems. It's the presence of clarity, the willingness to let go of what you can't change and to cherish what you can. This practice becomes more nuanced as you continue. You begin to notice that even your desire for peace can become an obstacle if you cling to it too tightly. The Stoics understood this paradox, that tranquility comes not from demanding tranquility, but from accepting whatever arises with equanimity. When you make peace itself into a rigid expectation, you create the very disturbance you're trying to avoid. True tranquility includes the capacity to remain centered even when you don't feel peaceful, to maintain your equilibrium even when emotions run strong. The peaceful mind extends beyond your individual experience to transform your relationships with others. When you're no longer driven by the need to control what others think, say, or do, You can meet them with genuine presence rather than agenda. Conversations become opportunities for authentic exchange rather than strategic manipulation. Conflicts become occasions for understanding different perspectives rather than battles to be won. Even difficult interactions become more manageable when you remember that you control only your own responses, not others' behavior. Historians still argue whether the Stoic path to peace is too solitary, whether it means withdrawing from the world rather than engaging with its challenges. Critics suggest that focusing on inner tranquility might lead to complacency about external conditions that could and should be improved. Defenders counter that true Stoic peace isn't about escape, but about effective engagement, that by maintaining your center amid chaos, you actually become more capable of positive action rather than less. But as you settle deeper into the night, you realize that true tranquility isn't about escaping life. It's about embracing it with all its messiness and unpredictability, and meeting each moment with a calm, steady heart. The workplace offers countless opportunities to practice this peaceful mind. When deadlines loom, when colleagues frustrate you, when projects go sideways, you have a choice. You can add your own resistance to the inherent challenges, or you can bring clarity and calm to the situation. This doesn't mean ignoring problems or accepting poor performance. It means addressing difficulties without the additional burden of emotional reactivity. You can set boundaries, maintain standards, and work towards solutions from a place of centered presence rather than anxious agitation. Family life provides another laboratory for cultivating tranquility amid complexity. When children test limits, when partners have different priorities, when extended family dynamics activate old patterns, the peaceful mind doesn't demand that everyone conform to your preferences. Instead, it allows you to respond with wisdom rather than reaction, to maintain your values without imposing them on others, to find solutions that respect both your needs and others' autonomy. This isn't about becoming a doormat. It's about engaging from clarity rather than confusion, from strength rather than fear. You might even find a little humor in the process. Maybe you imagine Epictetus fluffing his straw mattress and muttering, "At least I can control how many times I turn my pillow to the cool side." Or you picture yourself counting breaths instead of sheep, drifting off with a smile at the thought that you're part of a tradition stretching back thousands of years. Ordinary humans seeking peace amid life's inevitable challenges, finding it not by controlling their circumstances, but by mastering their responses to them. The digital realm presents unique challenges to the peaceful mind. Social media algorithms are designed to trigger emotional reactions. News cycles emphasize crisis and conflict, and the constant connectivity of modern devices creates unprecedented opportunities for distraction and comparison. Yet even here, the Stoic principles apply. You can control which platforms you engage with, how much time you spend online, what content you consume, and how you respond to digital provocations. You cannot control the existence of these technologies or how others use them, but you can establish a relationship with them that serves your tranquility rather than undermining it. Physical well-being contributes significantly to the peaceful mind. The Stoics understood the connection between body and mind long before modern science confirmed it. Regular exercise, adequate sleep, nutritious food, and moderation in all things create the physiological conditions that support emotional regulation and mental clarity. You cannot control all aspects of your health. Genetics, aging, and accidents remain beyond your influence, but you can make choices that optimize the aspects of physical well-being that are within your power, creating a foundation for tranquility that includes the body as well as the mind. The natural world offers a reliable path back to peace when you've lost your way. Time spent outdoors, away from artificial stimulation and constant connectivity, naturally resets your nervous system and reconnects you with rhythms that have sustained human life for millennia. The Stoics recommended regular contact with nature as a reminder of what truly matters, a way to regain perspective when human concerns have become disproportionately important. You cannot control the weather, the seasons, or the movements of wildlife, but you can choose to immerse yourself in these larger patterns that put human worries in their proper context. As your breath slows and your thoughts grow softer, you realize that the peaceful mind is not a distant dream. It's a choice you make, one gentle breath at a time. It's available in this moment, regardless of what happened yesterday or what might happen tomorrow. It doesn't depend on perfect circumstances or the cooperation of others. It requires only your willingness to focus on what you can control and to release what you cannot, to meet life as it is rather than as you wish it would be. The transformation isn't dramatic or sudden. It's gradual, cumulative, the result of thousands of small choices to respond with wisdom rather than reaction. Each time you pause before speaking in anger, each time you question a judgment that creates suffering, each time you focus on what you can influence rather than raging against what you cannot change, you strengthen the neural pathways that support tranquility. Like a garden tended daily, the peaceful mind grows more lush and resilient with consistent care. This peace becomes not just a personal sanctuary, but a gift you offer to everyone you encounter. In a world where reactivity spreads like contagion, where anger and fear seem to leap from person to person, your tranquility creates a different kind of ripple effect. Without saying a word about philosophy, without trying to convert others to your perspective, you demonstrate through your presence that another way is possible. Your calm amid chaos, your clarity amid confusion, your kindness amid conflict. These become silent invitations for others to discover their own capacity for peace. As consciousness begins to fade towards sleep, you carry with you this profound understanding. The peaceful mind isn't something you achieve once and possess forever. It's something you choose again and again, moment by moment, day by day, through all the changing circumstances of a human life. Sometimes you'll forget and get caught in old patterns of reaction and resistance, but each time you remember, each time you return to the simple truth that you control your responses but not external events, you strengthen your capacity for tranquility. The journey doesn't end here. In fact, it's just beginning. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new opportunities to practice what you've learned, new chances to choose peace over anger, acceptance over resistance, wisdom over reaction. But tonight, as sleep approaches, you rest in the knowledge that you carry within you everything you need to meet whatever comes with grace and clarity. The peaceful mind isn't dependent on perfect understanding or flawless practice. It's available whenever you remember to look for it, whenever you choose to focus on what truly belongs to you, your judgments, your values, your responses to life as it unfolds. And in this gentle acceptance, this wise discernment between what you can and cannot control, you find not just freedom from unnecessary suffering, but freedom for what truly matters, for love uncomplicated by manipulation, for work uncorrupted by desperate striving, for a life lived with integrity rather than anxiety. This is the peaceful mind in its fullest expression, not an escape from reality, but a clear-eyed engagement with it, not the absence of challenges, but the presence of wisdom in meeting them, not a destination reached once and for all, but a path walked with patience, courage, and the quiet joy of knowing that true peace has been within your reach all along. Now, as the journey draws to a close, you feel the world growing softer, the edges of your thoughts blurring into a gentle haze. The lessons of Epictetus linger in the quiet, like the last notes of a lullaby, soothing and reassuring. You notice how your breath has slowed, how your body feels heavier, more grounded, as if the bed itself is cradling you in a cocoon of calm. The worries of the day seem distant now, their sharpness dulled by the steady rhythm of your heart. You remember that every frustration, every moment of anger was just a passing cloud, never the sky itself. The dichotomy of control has become more than a concept. It's a gentle filter, sifting out the noise and leaving only what truly matters. You realize that peace isn't something you chase. It's something you allow, something you invite in with every act of acceptance, every choice to let go. The room is quiet, the air cool and still. Maybe there's a soft hum from a fan, a distant sound of night outside your window. You let these gentle noises lull you further, each one a reminder that the world keeps turning, with or without your worry. You are safe here, wrapped in the wisdom of centuries, connected to a lineage of calm that stretches back to marble halls and candlelit nights. As your thoughts grow softer, you give yourself permission to rest. You've done enough for today. You've learned, you've let go, and now you can simply be. The world will wait. For now, there is only this moment, this breath, this peace.